You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
70 degrees right now. Going to be 83.
Ooh, a little humid.
Yep, a little humid. Also, showers, potential thunderstorms around the afternoon into dinner time.
The cocktail hour.
Yes, the cocktail hour. Yes, absolutely. Looking at potential rain tomorrow, high of 82, but Sunday, sunny and hot.
Yeah.
Could be diddling 90, depending on where you are in the greater Rochester area. There is a tried and true Rochester company that is introducing a new product that came out yesterday.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Genesee Brewery, who is just throwing hit after hit after hit.
yeah, you love those guys.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a quality
Oh,
company.
it's top notch.
And they also employ a ton of people in the greater Rochester area.
Yes, they do.
I love how, like, well, no, actually, yes.
Yeah, one of the good ones.
They have announced their newest beverage.
Oh, what jackass summer brew. It's kind of late, right, in the season.
It's more of a fall brew.
Late
Oh,
summer,
fall
fall
brew.
brew.
Yes.
Oh, a Halloween brew.
Jenny has announced the debut of their Black Cherry Vanilla Keller beer.
Black cherry what?
Black Cherry Vanilla.
Oh, that's like ice cream.
It's like ice cream.
Black cherry vanilla. I could see that being an ice cream.
Anything can be an ice cream.
Yeah.
Anything can be an ice cream.
No, but that almost sounds like an ice cream you would order.
Okay, so it's
Black cherry.
It's described as having the tart sweetness of a black cherry with the creaminess of a vanilla. Kimmy, you're the resident beer nerd here in the room, based on your husband. Do we know the difference between a beer and a Keller beer?
I have no idea.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What is the difference between a beer and a Keller beer?
Keller beer.
Keller beer. So Jenny has had massive hits with their fruit-flavored beers
Yeah.
over the last couple of years. Their biggest hit being the Ruby Red Kolsch. They've tried different stuff
grapefruit
around that.
beer.
Yeah. They've had a pineapple beer. What's the one they did this year, Kimmy, that we thought was going to be weird, but people seem to like it? They dropped the pineapple Kolsch and they added a different Kolsch. What was the third Kolsch that they did?
Oh,
It was also unique. Watermelon? Was it watermelon?
I can't remember.
But this year, the black cherry one we just told you about is replacing the cran orange beer they did last year, which people also seem to love. And before you get too sad, Jenny says there is possibly a chance the cran orange beer also
they do
returns.
both.
Yeah,
Why don't they make both?
that's what I just said.
No, but they said possibility. Why don't they just?
Maybe it's not worth it to do both if you're gonna if
said they
one's
liked
more
it.
popular.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't.
but you also only have so much space to make the beer.
So true.
It's like Dunkin' Donuts, right? The guy.
Maybe they should expand.
Where are they going?
I don't know. Another building.
No, but I'm
There's
saying
a bunch of empty ones around here.
if they stay in the footprint that they're in, I don't know how much room they're.
Footprint. Oh, what do we know? CEO over there.
That was the hard thing you thought.
We have our brewery footprint, and we don't want to, work outside our
I
footprint.
love how I know when you know you said something stupid because you just start doing voices and faces. Why are you making a box?
This is the brewery. See, it's right here.
I'm gonna ask Kimmy first.
Yeah.
But she doesn't know nothing so far.
No, calm down.
You said like 2 words.
4 minutes into the show, we got 3 hours and 56 minutes left.
Yeah.
Kimmy.
Yeah.
With Jenny announcing their black cherry vanilla Keller beer.
Yeah.
Has Jenny gone too far?
This one's different, but I will say I'm definitely willing to try it just based on some of the other ones that I thought I wouldn't be my cup of tea, but then I tried them. I was like, that's pretty good.
Oh, that's the next one they're coming out
cup
with,
of
the
tea.
cup of tea Keller
Cup
beer.
of tea,
And
gorgonzola.
I also think I feel like Jenny is really good at like listening to the feedback on those because if people don't like it, they won't make it again. You know what I mean?
Okay. Tommy?
Yeah.
A nation turns its lonely eyes to you.
What happened?
With the black cherry vanilla Keller beer, has Jenny gone too far?
Yeah, probably, but I'm not the person.
I'm not. How do you know?
I mean, it's not that much different than the other ones that they've put out seasonally.
Well,
where it's a combo of things you never would put together yourself.
This one is now sounding like a soda. Like
It sounds like a dessert.
Okay, yeah.
Not even a soda.
No, the other ones I guess kind of make sense, although they were strange. Like, all right, it makes sense in a beer. Black cherry vanilla
Yeah.
sounds like a Coca-Cola, not a beer.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm saying? But to Kimmy's point, we may be at the point now with Jenny where we have to give them the benefit of the doubt. Because as strange as this sounds, every beer they've put out that has been a hit the last couple of years sounded strange up front.
Well, and you also don't want to be the last to try it Like, I feel like if people start to like this thing and it becomes a craze, like, because they only make so many when they start out these new ones.
And it's seasonal.
Yeah, and it's seasonal. Like, you don't want to be the last to flock to go buy it, I guess.
The loser of the group.
Well, no, she's not wrong. Like, if you like the Ruby Red Kolsch, right?
People stock up on that.
She's right. Like, when Jenny announces, hey, we're stopping the production run for this year, you'll see people in Wegmans buying, like, 8 cases at a time so they have it throughout the summer. I mean, I'm one of those people. Like, when I know a beer that I like is going away, I go and grab it.
Mm-hmm. You should.
Why are you making faces? Like,
I don't like flavored beverages.
Did you... Water for me, thank you.
No, but like, you know,
a slice of bread on the side for dipping.
Yes, but I don't like beer with flavor. I don't like whiskey with flavor.
So,
like, I just like standard like beers, but not anything added to it.
So if you're just drinking, which is a unique
wait.
flavor of beer.
No, but I don't put like an orange in it or something, and I don't put like cinnamon in my whiskey.
So when you are drinking just because you're thirsty, just to hydrate, you don't drink anything but water?
That's it.
Ever?
I only drink water, coffee, and whiskey.
Bro, that's some serial killer stuff.
Serial killer?
No, like
More
seriously.
like dictator.
Who
commands people to do the killing for him.
No, and by the way,
he farms out his killing.
Even dictators wear Rolexes on each arm, right? Like, you're going to tell me those guys aren't eating ice cream and drinking a Diet Coke every once in a while?
Well, yeah, that's the only thing. But most people as adults only drink like a
That's
couple
not
of things.
true. The Russians were having clear Coca-Cola made during the Cold War that looked like vodka because they didn't want the rest of the country to know they were enjoying Western stuff. You're worse than a Russian dictator. That's weird, man.
Well, yeah, that's I don't drink wine.
Well,
I don't like a lot of beer. I only like that Guinness, and I probably have like 2 cans a week in the summer, and that's it.
Okay.
That's it. The rest of it's just three things.
I don't understand.
Well, I keep it simple.
No, like you're describing yourself as like someone who got hit by lightning and then all of a sudden stopped like you see those weird stories.
I don't have
like,
a taste for things anymore.
I got hit by lightning. I can play the piano, and I don't like the taste of food.
No, but like as you age, like you've tried everything as a kid, so you start weeding out the things you don't like.
No,
like I've tried every kind of booze when I was a kid.
Okay.
Most of it I didn't like. And you find your spots.
No, like if that was a normal thing, fine. But like I see lots of guys your age that try all kinds of new stuff. For example, I mean, like 10 years ago when Fireball hit the scene, that became huge with folks in their 50s and 60s.
I don't get it,
but
man.
that's what I mean. Like, don't sit here and be like, you guys don't understand age. Let me tell you something about getting older. You're the only one that's getting older. And this isn't even an older thing. You did this when you were in your 20s.
Yeah.
You psycho.
But like I always tell you, it freaks me out when I'm out with somebody and like they'll just drink. Well, what are you having? Like, what am I having? I have what I always drink. Like, they'll start drinking what I'm drinking. Like, you're my age. You should be locked into whatever you like.
Well, I mean, it is.
Well, I think, to Pat's point, like, you start to care less about what other people think about you. So maybe you're more willing to try new things because before maybe what stopped you from trying them was you didn't want to be made fun of. So you're going to get that, fancy cocktail or like something that you wouldn't otherwise order if you were afraid of being judged.
I'll go a step further. I mean, it has been said, Thomas.
What is it? What do they say?
That variety is the spice of life.
Yes.
Okay.
And I tried it all and I didn't like it.
You're not listening to me.
I'm listening.
Okay.
Well, why? I don't want to. So you're saying like tonight?
I'm listening as you cut me off.
No, go ahead.
If variety is the spice of life, right? And you get to a point where your life starts to become less chaotic, right? If you're raising kids and running around and working hard at your job because you have to try and get ahead, I understand why trying new things wouldn't be number one on your list. But once you hit a point where, the kids grow up and they're less of an issue on your schedule and you feel like you're comfortable in your job and you start to realize, look, man, this life don't last forever, it would make sense in your 50s, 60s, and 70s that you start trying new things.
Okay.
Okay, but you were going to say, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off with my point that I started making.
No, but like most people my age, they get like what they call product loyal.
Sure.
Like you, this is what I like. I tried this. This is what I want. I don't like that. I'm at that age.
Well, but that doesn't explain though why I see guys your age at breweries because those are places that a lot of those types of beers you didn't grow up drinking, but those guys must have acquired a taste for it later in life. Well,
your old man drinks all kind of stuff, right?
My husband or my.
Your old man.
Okay.
Your older man.
Your daddy. Your hard drinking daddy.
No, yeah, he's a perfect example of that. Like he will drink. He has now a book of cocktails, like cocktail recipes, because he wants to try something new all the time.
I can't do that.
No,
I would get sick.
Bro, I watched my old man. He would drink just beer, straight up regular ass beer when I was a kid, all the way up until. And now, same thing. Like whatever has alcohol, he'll dump in his stupid face. You know what I mean? And I mean that with all due respect.
So I'm a sick man.
I just don't understand it. It
I feel
doesn't
like
make sense.
we feel like you're limiting yourself.
By, with what you like, your vocabulary, the strength of your brain, reading and writing comprehension. 252 WCMF. We started this conversation with the Genesee Brewery announcing their debut of a new beverage, the Black Cherry Vanilla Keller Beer. They say this is replacing the Orange Cranberry Keller Beer from last season, but do not fear, they may also be bringing back the Cran Orange Beer as well. And the question is, have they gone too far? But Kimmy's right. With all the hits that they've had that sounded strange to begin with, I mean, I think Jenny is now at the point where no matter what they put out, you have to give them
You're
the
gonna
benefit
try
of
it.
the
You know
doubt.
those Jenny holes are going to line up.
Jenny holes.
Get the hottest new can in their hand.
No, but that's what's so great, I think, about Jenny is
The can holes?
there are breweries that will do limited runs on stuff on purpose.
Yeah, to create interest. And
Exactly. Like
Panic.
They want people to line
Small
up outside
batch.
the bar. Exactly. What's great about places like Jenny, places like Three Heads, right, is like if they do something, they want it accessible to everybody.
Yeah, they want everybody to try it.
Exactly. So it's not like Jenny's doing like some limited edition. You have to line up outside the brewery to get it. Like all of the things that they do, as much as they can become scarce towards the end of the season, you'll have the opportunity to go try if you want to.
Okay.
Like this Keller beer, the Black Vanilla Cherry, they say not only will it be available in stores, 12 packs, they're also going to have it on tap at bars across the greater Rochester
Ooh,
area.
look at that.
But, you know, it's a good thing because, Kimmy, your husband is a guy who
Yeah.
will stand in line and
He
trade
has
beers.
before. He
Anything
hasn't
to
done
get out
that
of
in a
that house.
while, but he has. Yeah, he has stood in line for limited edition things.
I cannot imagine standing in line for a beer. Like, and I'm not even going to drink it right then. I'm going to take it home.
Well, yeah. Whatever gets you
It's
there,
not like
man.
Springsteen tickets. I don't have that in me.
Well, look, I will say I was surprised. There was it was a couple of years ago. It was pre-COVID, I think, that Jenny did a collab with another brewery.
Other half, I believe
Okay.
it was, and yeah, there are people lined up right around the corner here.
Like we were a full mile walk away from the front of the Jenny Brewery, and
Yep.
we could see where the line
Yeah,
started.
they went over the bridge, right?
Yeah. But like that's nuts.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is nuts.
Yeah, for a beer.
But I mean, again, I it's not my world. So if it gets you there, who
I mean,
cares?
you're kind of a beer nerd. I don't have a beer fridge in my house.
Well, I
You
have
do.
I have stuff just to make sure that everybody has what they would like to have. I'm trying to be a
Variety.
good host.
How many times you entertain?
Well, during the football season and stuff
You're
like
at
that.
the game.
Oh, that, yeah, but the away games when I'm not doing events at Bill Gray's, I got people over, and then there's other sporting
But
events.
your old man and your brother.
Well, my brother. Yeah, man. I'm sorry that I'm trying to make sure everybody. Like I keep your whiskey now in my house.
I have your booze at my house.
That's what I'm saying. That's what good hosts do.
I'm a good host.
Why are you getting upset?
I don't know.
Okay. We got a dynamite. Everybody calm down.
Yes.
Why don't you have yourself a vanilla black cherry Keller beer?
Yeah. Oh, a morning brew.
Kind of break room. See, what if they came up with that?
Look at that.
Beer with caffeine, morning brew.
Might have to check that one out.
We got a dynamite morning alcoholic kind of break room for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means?
So we're gonna get a little creepy.
Yeah, we got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. Also, just after 7, it's no secret that paying for a place to live is very hard these days.
Brutal.
Right? And there are people that, because they're at a certain point in their life, relationship-wise, cannot afford to live. Because the fact of the matter is, if you have a partner, all of a sudden, affording rent or a mortgage becomes much, much easier.
Oh yeah, man. You double up with your lover.
Well, doubling up is one thing. Coupling up is another. Because you could be in a relationship and move in with someone because you love them and care about them and want to be with them. Now you can get into a relationship with someone to have a roof over your head.
So it's any port in a
Financial.
storm. This is my sister.
But this is what's funny about this.
But is this a
man.
mutual agreement, or is this one person
Not re- it's never
needing something
spoken.
more than the other?
I think it's what he said.
What'd you say?
It's never spoken. My
Okay.
sister, like, she would find these guys, and they were just looking for what you just said, a roof over their
Right,
head.
but she wasn't looking for that, was
No.
she?
She was looking for a relationship.
right,
She was looking
right.
for her
That's
husband.
That's what I was asking. I
but
guess.
they don't come out and say, I'm just looking
Yeah.
for a roof over my head.
Well, but what's funny about this is, look, man, if we're being honest, like, This is a life that we may or may not have lived at some points in our life, right?
move.
Right? And like that's what I mean.
When I was
like,
on the road?
But like people are like, oh my God, I can't believe folks are doing this. This has existed for decades. It's now just becoming mainstream. And we'll get into it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
You know, they always say if you do what the experts do, life will be a lot easier for you. You're going to get the best of the best.
Oh, okay.
And in front of us, we have an article from Butchers. Describing Butchers, Butchers, Butchers.
Like a butcher.
Like what you used to be.
A butcher shop.
Yeah, you got it.
All right.
And these butchers will not buy these things from the grocery store.
Okay.
So if you want to eat like a man or a woman who knows they meat.
A man of meat.
Or woman of meat.
Oh, lady meat.
That.
Who don't like some lady meat? Had some last night.
We'll get into it.
Not by your mom.
Shut up. We'll get into it next here in the break room. That's CMF. Yeah, most of the time, taking the advice of experts works
Yeah.
out well. But every once in a while, Tommy, experts don't take their own advice.
Oh.
So it's better to do as the experts do. And these experts in this world say they never do this.
Okay.
When they go to the grocery store. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 6:45. I want you to think right now.
All right.
How often do you speak to your friends? Speak.
Speak. Now, we're not talking texting.
We're not talking text. We're not talking social media. We're talking words. It should be more based on this woman who is out a pretty significant amount of money based on not speaking to her friend.
All right.
And we'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Two worlds colliding for the man that sits in this room with us. Because he's a radio superstar, and we're on the radio right now. But at one point in his life, this man was a butcher.
Tommy Chops, they used to call me.
I don't think it was because he cut meat. In front of us, we have an article that butchers wrote describing the things they would never do at the grocery store, things they will not buy at the grocery store.
So, like, if they were a customer at the grocery store, what they'd avoid.
You got it. And there are two that stand out. Two big things. Number one, butchers who work as private butchers for non-grocery stores say they will not buy ground beef and ground poultry from the grocery store. Will not. They say that most of the stuff from grocery stores comes pre-ground from large meat processing facilities. And those butchers say they're worried about contamination.
Okay.
They say that's been something on the minds of a lot of people with the boar's head cold cuts thing, right? You understand that? These butchers say most of the time, almost exclusively, they will get their ground beef and poultry from small butcher shops because they process it themselves. They know exactly where that meat came from, and it's a better quality ground beef, ground chicken.
Okay.
Number two, they will not buy fish and fresh seafood from the grocery store.
No.
They will not.
So they go to an actual seafood store.
You got it.
That's exclusive.
Yes, the butchers say unless you live near a body of water, you should question how fresh the grocery store fish is. One butcher says his general rule is if you're not within 20 minutes of a drive to the beach where the fish comes from, it has probably been frozen and then thawed, he said, which is fine, but it's not what you're paying for. He also does warn the safety of the fish is always up to the person behind the counter who's preparing it, and he questions the expertise of the folks that work at grocery stores.
So if you, let's say you live in Kansas.
Yeah.
Where do you, so you just don't eat seafood?
I mean, that's kind of what he's getting at here.
Okay.
I mean,
so you lived in Chicago, you wouldn't go to a seafood house.
So it sounds like he's saying it's not fresh. Like if you're paying for fresh, you're not getting what you paid for.
It's frozen and thawed and served.
Exactly.
Right.
And they'll charge you more sometimes based on the fresh fish. But he also does warn, like, whoever is preparing your fish, like, it's better to go to a smaller place that deals in this exclusively because they know more. I mean, again, it's a general thing he's talking about. Right. But no ground beef or poultry and no fresh seafood at the grocery store. Tommy, based on your expertise as a butcher, do you agree?
Well, so when I cut meat, we used to grind the meat there.
Okay.
So, and there were some scraps and what we called end cuts.
Okay.
All right. And we had this big industrial grinder. And one job of one kid would go in the morning and make all the ground beef. That was like the first thing the first kid in the door did.
Gotcha.
We only cleaned that thing once a week. Because it was a pain in the ass. You had to completely strip it out, hose it out. You kind of like wipe it down and clean it. But nobody ever cleaned it really well. So to say like these small butcher shops are, but no, maybe they are buttoned up. This is a grocery chain.
Sure.
But we weren't cleaning that thing like we were supposed to every night because it was a pain in the ass and nobody died.
Okay. You don't know that.
Well, my theory is nobody died.
That doesn't make any sense.
And then in the seafood, we had a seafood department. This is in Jupiter, Florida, which you could walk to the beach.
Okay.
We put, they would bring in shrimp that was frozen. They thought and put it out on a display case and saying it was fresh.
Sell it as fresh seafood. Okay.
So, they are right, but
it wouldn't stop you from buying anything.
No.
All right, so here's my question. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When it comes to meat, I mean, if you could, if you wanted to, you could go to a small mom-and-pop butcher and get what you're looking for.
Yeah, there's a couple in town here.
Yeah, heating is advice. I mean, there's a couple that have been around for decades.
Oh, yeah.
Very trusted. Is it worth it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, okay, hold on. You're also biased because you think you own Wegmans.
And I think they do a great job.
And I think Wegmans does a great job, too. And I say this having worked in the prepared food section before, right? But there are people that would argue, right? Even though Tops advertises their butchers. They
fresh cut right there.
Absolutely. So maybe this story isn't for our area. It's for other places that have more generic grocery stores. But there are people, Tommy, who will argue, meat snobs, that the meat that they get from these mom and pop delis is head and shoulders better than.
But is that because they feel like they're getting a deal, or is it because they really think that it's better quality?
It's the same grade of meat.
Where's it coming from, though?
No, but it's USDA. It's the same. It's the same cows. They buy the same beef that Wegmans buys.
No, I understand what
from
you're saying.
From the same wholesalers.
Okay. Are you sure?
Yeah, because there's only so many wholesale beef places in the country.
Well, those butchers...
To the point, like, there's only so many slaughterhouses anymore.
Are we sure that they don't have the ability to buy from, like, local farms? Does Wegmans buy from local farms?
They do, but it's real specific to, like, certain... But I don't know. Like, to make a special trip for ground beef.
Lots of people do it.
I wouldn't do it.
252.
Would you? You ain't got the time.
Well, that's just it. I mean, probably not.
And if I got to feed somebody like your husband... I'm just getting the cheapest beef I got to fill that boy up.
No, man, you can't put cheap beef in prime rib. I will say this. I will make the trip to a butcher for sausage.
Wait, why didn't you tell me this?
Why is that?
I just got into the sausage game.
Get the hell out of here. Really?
Yeah.
You're selling sausage?
Yeah, I set up a little kiosk.
Well, what's it called? Oh, I'm sorry. Where is this kiosk?
It's located in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Country Sausage from Farm to Your Mouth Sauce.
Kimmy, if I'm buying sausage, Italian sausage, I will go to an Italian butcher to get the sausage.
No,
every time?
Yeah.
I buy the prepacked stuff right in the case.
I mean, it's good. It's not as good. Look, you can tell there is a big difference between the Old Man Wave now.
I could see like going to a place like that too if you're gonna cook for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like maybe you go out of your way to get something a little different or get a better cut, I guess. I don't know. Like,
but it's sausage.
Like if you're planning for something, you might go out of your way to go to a smaller mom and pop spot.
You also get more unique sausages at the mom and pop place.
Well, you're getting Italian sausages, hot, medium, or mild.
Well, no, there's things that they put in the sausages. Like sometimes they'll put cheese in the sausages. Sometimes they'll put different vegetables in the sausages. It's good sausage.
Oh, I'm sure it's delicious.
252 WCMF, man who doesn't eat sausage most of the time.
Bro, I choked out a lot of sausage when I was a fat boy.
Well, hey, man, you had to get work somehow. Again, we're talking about this article. Butchers say what they avoid buying when they go to the grocery store. One, ground beef and ground poultry. They say that with these grocery stores, a lot of this stuff comes from outside, so they don't know what's in it. They worry about contamination. Two, fresh fish and seafood. They say that the fresh fish you're buying may not be actually fresh. It may have been frozen and thawed. Unless you live 20 minutes from the beach where that fish was caught, you should assume that it's been frozen. And again, this may not be for us because we have two really dynamite grocery stores that, keep a rising tide floats all boats. But is it worth the trip to the independent butcher?
Or the seafood joint?
Let's talk to Barber. Hey, Barber, how are you, buddy?
Morning, guys. How you going? Tommy's not going to like this, but Wegmans stopped grounding their beef on site a couple years ago. It used to go and get sirloin to ground up to make meatballs and things like that. And they don't do it anymore for some reason. They took all their grinders out of their location.
Well, it's possible they have, Wegmans now has its own facility that they do it big stuff and then send it out to the stores. It doesn't mean Wegmans isn't doing it. You know what I mean?
Well, no, let's say you're just going to get ground beef, but like I said, I'd like to get a sirloin steak.
I get what you're saying. No, I mean,
he likes his sirloin, because it's so special.
Ground sirloin, that kind of seems like a waste, Barber. Why would you ground a sirloin?
Why don't you just eat a sirloin steak?
Yeah.
No, because it makes a phenomenal hamburger and meatballs.
Oh, yeah. Does it make a good meatball?
Some pork and veal, and you got great meatball.
All right, so
Tommy
Barber
knows all about his meatballs.
Barber, are you the type of guy that'll go to an independent butcher shop when you want certain cuts of stuff?
Yeah, there's Harriman's in Arundequite up by the where the old Stutson Bridge used to be, over in the Charlotte. They still have the actual butcher who will grind it for you right there.
Yeah, 29 fingers.
But you get a little extra meat there for free.
Or you go to Rubino's there on the Ridge.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's what I grew up doing. Hey, Barber, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. I know you're probably right. When it comes to, standard meat you're going to buy, there isn't a difference. But for some reason, the way that I grew up, it just feels right getting your meat from places like that, right?
Yeah. But it's a huge inconvenience.
Okay, what a spoiled-ass Pittsburgh bitch. It's not a huge inconvenience. A huge inconvenience is having to walk with everything you own for 30 miles. This is stopping on the way home from Wegmans.
No, but if I'm at the Wegmans in Pittsburgh, and I tell them, hey, no. We got to go up in the Ridge, go to Rubino's.
Well,
that's where you get the good gabagool, you know what I'm saying?
You would have to go out of your way in Pittsburgh. Is there anything near you?
No.
Well, no, because we've had this discussion on the show before, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh is a town with no culture.
Yes, it has culture.
Name me one
Got
ethnic.
money culture,
Name
baby.
me one ethnic restaurant.
They got ethnic restaurants.
They opened up a Rachel's Chain Mediterranean place and it
They
closed.
got that Scottish joint.
What's it called?
McDonald's.
No, you're right. I mean, depending on the town you live in, too, it could have an effect on how you do this.
Sometimes you have like multiple options
Well,
like
West Side's
right
got
around the
more of
corner.
that.
Yeah.
Those old mom and pop joints.
Gates and Grease, but let's not count out Arundicoit. Their East Side, there's a ton of stuff out there.
And they always have the most attractive people working in that place.
I'm sorry. Right, like,
Hey, Vinny, that's a nice hump you got there.
bro, you worked
I
as a
know.
butcher.
What are you talking
You're the
about?
ugliest man I've ever seen.
But most of those people are not very attractive.
Do you need them to be?
Well, I like the pleasant. Next.
No, that's how I would like the person who cuts my meat.
Next. What do you want, little boy?
I don't get you, man.
Radish sausage.
All right, let's take a break. I want you to think right now.
All right.
When is the last time you spoke with your good friends or your family? Because we live in a world now where the easiest thing to do is just fire off a couple of words via text message and you're done. Right. Or even easier, if it's someone you haven't seen in a while, communicate via social media. It's that second one that has this woman from our area in a serious spot. Because if she would have spoken to this friend, we wouldn't be talking about her on the radio. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Question.
What's that?
How often do you speak with your friends and family? And I mean actually say words that you can hear to them.
Yeah.
Because when you're communicating without talking, you are taking a risk. And it's something that bit someone in our area in the ass hard and cost them some cold, hard cash. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Yeah, a little creepy.
Creep Cab coming at you here on CMF. Also, the cost of living, affording
It's too much.
Rent or mortgage, the rent is too damn high.
It's out of control.
But the fact is, if you have a partner in this life, you're in a relationship with somebody, it's easier to swing that rent or mortgage.
Oh, sure. You double up.
There's something that has shown up that people are kind of appalled by.
Yeah.
Right? How could you use someone like this? It's a new phenomenon, Tommy.
Oh, it's new, huh?
Well, that's just it.
Please tell me all about it.
Well,
how does this thing work?
It's funny how people. I assumed everybody knew what this was.
I know every dude knows what it is.
You think every dude has done this?
Every dude that's bottomed out has done this.
Okay.
For sure. I know there's dudes that were, steady Eddies, good guys, but not me.
We'll get into coupling, and we'll do it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Hilton. According to the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, a woman was looking to buy a car for her son. A friend of hers on Facebook wrote her and said, look, I know someone who is selling a 2013 Honda Civic, and they're just looking for $2,000.
Man, that's great. And those Hondas go forever, as you know.
Oh, boy, do I. So this woman reaches out to the friend of a friend on Facebook, and the friend goes, yeah, no problem. Tell you what, just give me $500 down, and the car is all yours.
Damn,
Cake.
what a deal.
Beautiful. So she got that person's information via Facebook. She Venmoed him $500, this friend of a friend, and now car's hers. And then after that, she got another message saying there's a small problem. We actually need another $500 for title and registration.
No, there's always those fees. Yeah.
That made the woman suspicious.
Yeah.
So she decided to pick up the phone and call her friend who hooked her up with this person on Facebook.
Yeah.
The friend who she called was very confused. They said that I don't know. I never got a message from you, and I never hooked you up with anybody.
Oh, no.
So the person who she called, the friend, logged into their Facebook page. Or tried to log into their Facebook page. Because when they got there, they were locked out. Because they had been hacked. The woman who sent the $500 had been scammed by someone who hacked into her friend's Facebook account.
Yikes.
She's out $500, and as of now, there are no suspects. There's no way for her to get that $500 back.
That might be the only 500 she got.
Well, I mean, if she's looking to buy a car for her kid, look, I know it sucks. $500 sucks.
Yeah.
It could have been a lot.
Yeah, that's very true.
Oh, man.
So first off, what a brilliant scale.
Yes.
Yeah, because I would imagine this woman, when she got that message, looked at the Facebook page, was like, yep, this is her Facebook page. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like it was a fake Facebook page of somebody she knew. Like, it was their legitimate Facebook page.
And what makes it even more genius, Kimmy, is you're right. This person that she knew controlling this person, they could have said, oh, I have a car. But you're risking her, like, texting or reaching out.
Yeah.
The fact that they, like, added one more space
layer
of person in it, right, made it perfect. They got $500 out of her before she was.
What a scam.
Right? But here's the thing.
They got to be kicking themselves in the head.
For not going higher?
$2,000.
Yeah, you're probably right. Although you got to bring them
maybe
along
it was harder.
slowly.
All right, or you could go, hey, man, you know what? Give me cash now. I'll give you $1,600 for the car.
Okay, you're right. But
you could have scored big time.
But this is why we don't scam, because we're greedy idiots.
I am greedy.
$1 million! But, you see this story, and the fact is, you just assume that the person controlling the social media of the people you know are those people you know.
Yeah.
When in reality, most everyone has had a friend lose access to their social media pages when someone else hacks in and take them over. Kimmy, well, like all of our coworkers, except for us, thank God,
Yeah, I know.
have had people get in and start acting as them, right? Tommy, you were locked out of your Facebook page.
Yeah, I'm on my third Facebook.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. How often do you actually speak to your friends and family? Not social media, not text messages. I mean face-to-face or pick up the phone, saying word via FaceTime, phone, whatever. Because this story proves every time you're in a conversation with someone you think you know, there is a risk that you're not.
Yeah, I would think your generation especially doesn't really communicate directly.
Yeah, I'll
with
avoid
words.
talking on the phone if I can. You know what I mean? Like if it's something that can be done through text, I'm all about the texting.
So one of my best friends, I've known him since I was like 13 years old, right? We interact on like probably 5-6 days a week. I have not spoken words to him since February. I do not want to make phone calls.
Yeah. I only make one phone call, and it's to my brother once a week. I don't even talk to my other brother once a week. Him a little bit less.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, so there you go. And like, here's the thing. This story, like I said, proves that every time you're conversing with someone you think is someone, there's a risk you're not. And there are even issues past that person not being the person you think they are. Because, Tommy, if I give you a call and we want to talk about something private, I don't have to worry that anyone else is going to find out.
Right.
If I do the same thing via text message, there are a couple of massive risks. One, I'm risking that it's not actually you on your phone.
Right.
Two, I'm risking that you decided to show that text message to somebody else because those are my words in writing. And once you put something in writing, you lose control of it. And even if you wanted to keep that private too, Tommy, there's a risk that someone in your house gets a hold of that phone and they see it.
Yes.
Right? Someone at work gets a hold of your phone while it's lying around and they see it. That you accidentally send what I said to someone that you didn't mean to send it to. Every conversation that you have in writing is a conversation that has the potential to bite you in the ass hard.
You see it happen to politicians all the time.
Yes. So then why do we insist on not communicating with words?
Because Kimmy will say she'd rather it's convenient and you don't want to talk.
Right.
And you just rather do this.
Well,
because a lot of us are pretty antisocial. We're finding out because of the phone.
And do you also feel like when you're on the phone, especially with like certain people, like you feel like you have to carry on the conversation longer than like I would feel funny just calling a friend if I had a simple question and not like catching up with them at the same time. So I think the conversation just extends when you're on the phone versus if I just have a quick question for you, I can text it to you and get a quick answer.
Everybody has that one person. When you talk to them on the phone, they don't know how to hang up.
Yeah, they're called your wife, mother, and aunts.
They just go on and on and on. And my older brother does it all the time.
Oh, wow, really? Seriously?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, one more thing. And then, like, it's something else to trigger in his head. Then he's telling me some story, but it happened to him at the gym. And then, like, that wrapped up conversation has gone on for another 8 to 10 minutes.
You know, it's funny, like, along the lines of the story, again, we're talking about this woman lives out in Hilton. She was trying to buy a car for her son. A friend of hers on Facebook said, hey, I know someone's selling a Honda Civic, only $2,000. She reaches out to that friend of a friend on Facebook. They go, okay, just give me $500 via Venmo for a down payment. It's yours. She does. They're like, ooh, another problem. We need $500 for title and registration, too. That made her suspicious. She actually picked up the phone, called her friend who hooked her up with this other person. The friend's like, I didn't do that. They tried to log into their Facebook page. They couldn't. They'd been locked out. They'd been hacked. A woman, someone pretending to be that friend, hooked them up with another scammer. She's out $500. And again, thank God it's only $500. I don't think we realize
What's that?
the super serious conversations that we have via text message that could bring your whole world down if other people figured it out. Because after seeing this story last night, just out of curiosity, I started going back through my text messages. And like, some of the conversations I'm having with people in my life are pretty heavy conversations, and they're just words on a page. And I didn't realize it until I saw this story.
I mean, I've come in here and showed you guys stuff on my phone. I mean, I've sent you stuff.
Okay, if anybody listening to you talk
I don't care, man. Then stop texting
No,
me.
but you do care because you love all the gas.
Well, I do like the gossip, but I am guilty of showing you guys that stuff.
Everybody's guilty of doing it.
I think I'm worse.
Yeah, you're probably worse.
To your point.
Because I'm getting pleasure out of it.
Yeah, you are.
I'm not like, oh my God,
You
you
look
see what happened?
forward
Like,
to
did you see what they did?
Well, that's also the risk, too, of always communicating via text because it's unless you're somebody that deletes all your stuff after, it's logged there forever as long as you want to keep it around.
And even if it is deleted, I mean, there's a way to go back and get it, too. You know what I mean?
And not even, that it's just stuff that maybe you wouldn't want other people to hear or know that you said.
Thank God that I was not a middle schooler or high schooler when text messaging was a thing. Because you cannot trust any kid that age. And you know how we all ran our mouths about people that we went to school with, people that we knew, right? Girls especially. You guys are a circular firing squad. I don't know how girls have any friends left in the world in middle or high school because you're just screenshotting text messages about what the other person said and sending it to that person.
Rip each other apart,
it's the new version of a surprise three-way call.
Ooh, I forgot about those.
Yeah.
God, they were so evil. It's after your time, Tommy.
Yeah.
Why does talking to people suck so hard? Right? I mean, I know you brought up the people that don't know how to end conversations.
But some people love to talk. I mean, my brother loves to talk. He likes to go. Like, he goes to the gym, and he says he works out 2 hours every 3 days a week. An hour and 45 is walking around talking to people.
Well, but your brother loves to talk because he doesn't know how to use text message or Facebook. He's on your sister's Facebook page.
Yeah, but he's just a chatter, walk around. You know, he loves that. My sister-in-law is the same way.
But that's what I mean, right?
And my wife is very social. Your wife is very social.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. I think it's like, I'm guessing if you looked at social and antisocial people in this country, I bet you it's a 50-50 split.
You think it's still that much? That there are that 50% of this country would rather have a phone call than a text message?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, especially the older set.
Well, yeah, but they don't know how to do it.
I don't know. Do you think, though, there's a portion of the older set, and you're kind of one of these people that, like, once the texting came around, they really embrace it because they're like, thank God. Especially if you worked a job your whole life where you had to be on the phone for crap. Like,
you got phone crap going on down there?
Like, I'd imagine, like, texting was a blessing when that showed up.
Okay, but, like, he sits here and says he loves to text. You just text emojis, man.
Right.
But it's still getting your
that's
message
all I do.
across.
But when I go to Wegmans, and you've seen this too, both of you, when you walk around and there's people like 3 women in the aisle just talking while they're shopping.
I don't get it. I don't understand.
But it's all over. Wegmans, it's a very social situation.
Okay, for some weirdos, I guess.
Yeah, like everybody at Wegmans on a Saturday.
Well, yeah, but you're also, I think you're breaking it down into ages you don't see, right? Because those people look like contemporaries to you, but they're actually like your age outside of the texting zone, as I like to call it.
Yeah. But they're still chatting.
Okay. Do you guys let calls from people you really like go to voicemail because you don't want to talk to them?
Oh, yeah.
You save it for later. Like, I'll call them back.
I thought
like,
it was
not
a
right now.
monster.
I'm not ready for this. I need to like be in a comfortable spot and have some time to sit down and talk to you without any distractions.
Plus, you can hear what they have to say before you call them back, so you know what you're getting into.
Nobody leaves voicemails anymore. If you leave a voicemail,
it's usually business.
I will never talk to you in my life.
Usually, it's like an appointment.
There are also other people that I know I have to answer because if I don't, they're just going to keep calling me.
Don't be that person unless it's like a serious emergency. And you can text me, hey, emergency, call me.
That's what I worry about with my dad is like, he calls so much and so rapidly. Like, if there actually is an emergency, I'm never going to know.
You know, it's funny. You bring up the whole, like, okay, I can't take this call right now. I got to be in, like, a comfortable spot where we can actually talk. So I'll use that excuse, right? Oh, I can't talk. But then I'll be, like, sitting on the couch by myself, like, relaxing, and then they'll call and I'll be like, well, I'm relaxing. I don't want to deal with this now. Like, there isn't a scenario. And I like these people.
But it just ain't a good time.
It's never a good time. There is never a time where I want to pick up the phone and have that conversation. And I like them, and I want to be friends with them. But for God's sakes, I don't want to talk on the phone.
So back in the day, my old man would call. I'm living up here now. They're down in Florida. So he'd call every Saturday. He'd call everybody in the family on a Saturday, right? Because he's a sales guy, right? Mm-hmm. So he would lose his trend of thought. And
Is that like a train of thought?
What'd I say?
Trend of thought. But I kind of like that, trend of thought.
Okay,
train.
This idiot would lose his trend of thought.
He might have lost both. He would go, hold on, I lost. He goes, talk to your mother for a minute. So he would hand the phone off to my mother. And then mid-conversation with my mother, he grabbed the phone away from
Now
her.
I'm ready.
I remember what I wanted to tell you now. I'm watching Larry King last night. And he kissed Marlon Brando on the mouth.
That was a good episode.
How in the hell is that legal? That's a conversation I had with my father, how they didn't get arrested.
Well, I mean, I understand a man of his generation.
I didn't fight a war so these two ugly men could make out on national television on a cable network.
All right, so the moral of the story is if you want to guarantee that nothing you say comes back to bite you in the ass,
all right,
talk to someone via
old
voice.
school.
Yeah, except that sucks and you're probably not going to do it. So,
no.
All right, great. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, now we get into it. Creepy time.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap coming at you on CMF. And this is a new trend, Tommy, a new trend.
Oh.
People can't afford to live. But
yep.
living with someone, I mean, I don't mean a roommate, I mean like a romantic partner, makes that transition a hell of a lot easier.
Oh, sure.
The only problem is it seems folks are getting into relationships maybe they wouldn't have gotten in the first place because a deal on a roof over your head is too good to pass up.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny about the new thing is I didn't know people, Tommy, didn't know this was already a thing.
Yeah.
And, like, the pearl clutching and gasps from, like, normal society.
You got to be naive, man.
Or we were monsters.
Oh, I was that, too.
Well, no,
But, I mean, I wasn't the only one pulling these moves.
I kind of thought the same thing. But maybe, Tommy, based on the reaction from this, we were some of the only people pulling these moves.
What?
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You get in a relationship because you want to be with that other person.
Yes, companionship. Build a future together.
You love them. You need them around.
Yes.
And Tommy, you want to see what it's going to be like to navigate life together.
Yeah, hand in hand.
Or at least according to this article, it's how it used to be. Because we've seen a lot of things change. Excuse me, as the cost of homes and apartments have become higher.
Yeah, out of reach.
But there are people that cannot believe what some folks are doing to keep a roof over their head.
Despicable. You're
hanging out in the break room. Monsters Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Oh, this is despicable.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. We call it the creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. I look at this swinging probably like you walk in. It's like a cheese board. There's different colored cheeses. Okay. There's different consistencies, and some are hard and some are soft. But here's what it has in common: the entire board stinks. And you might like some of that cheese. You might like that, maybe a little cheese over here. Okay. Maybe you like the little topping on your cheese. You like a warm cheese or a cold cheese, but it's still cheese, baby.
So you don't
I think men are just scummy sex hoes. Grandpa lost his wits. Grandpa lost his wits.
Looking at a big old pear.
Be careful, son. That rascal spits.
Yours is better, too. I'm sorry.
Country spit. It knows where it hit. Well, there's crack going on. And you perving on that crank. I can remember him coming out that field with no breeches on, and I got one look at that wanger, and I knew I was hooked. I said, "That's penis is the bee's knees, and we've been together for 4,500 years." My mom's coochie flapping in the wind. The answer, my friend. She's got balls. She's got a vagina. Damn thing blew up over North Carolina. Found her nips in the old Mississippi.
What?
You really chewing soft stuff?
I do, yeah.
Why didn't you give me a call, bro?
What do you got going
I got into the booty game a couple of weeks ago.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little business.
Where's that?
I set up a little kiosk in a men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Pirate Tommy's Booty Munch. Put all the soft booty in your mouth. Take care of that wisdom teeth sauce. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah.
I'd like to introduce you to the term coupling up.
Coupling up.
Yep, it's something that Gen Z and younger millennials have started doing. So, Tommy, if you were a single man, you would have the entire burden of the cost of a mortgage or monthly rent on your shoulders. And right now, for some people, that is impossible.
Tight, bro. It's tight.
You got it. But if you're in a relationship, all of a sudden, stuff gets cheaper. Rent, streaming services, the things you buy around the house.
Yeah, it's Splitskis. It's a 50% off sale.
It really is, right? And it makes living become a lot more affordable.
Yeah, sure do.
The idea of coupling up is defined by getting into a relationship with someone so you can afford a place to live. And in this article that talks about coupling up and how shocked people are that Gen Z and millennials are doing this, a lot of the time, only one half of the couple is aware that they're coupling up. So you have one person who thinks they are in a loving, committed relationship, and the other person who is doing this to kind of see where this goes and keep a roof over their head.
Yes.
Now, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why are you laughing?
Oh, I'm just enjoying this segment of the show.
Okay, look. I find this article, right, and I'm reading it, and I'm reading, quotes from people, relationship experts, and, folks are like, I can't believe this is happening. These people are ruining their lives, and they're treating these people terribly, and, these kids these days, they don't understand what a relationship is.
Yeah.
And I was shocked.
Yeah, what's that?
Not that people were doing this.
Yeah.
But that people didn't know we've always been doing this.
Yes, this has been around for a long time.
Right?
Long time.
Okay, look. I can admit that I did this in the past.
Yes.
Right? Did you?
I was doing it in two different spots at the same time. And
of course you were.
Lying my ass off and knowing I had no intention of sticking this out, but playing the game.
You were just there for a roof over your head.
Yeah.
I had two different places.
When I was in Tampa, I had convinced Troutmouth because I was hanging out at her dumpy little,
Are you complaining about the place she gave you to live?
It was a dump. But no. But I told her, when I got the job up here, You can come up.
And
Of course not. It's a lie. But I strung her along because I needed a place. And my sister was married 5 times. 4 different guys just used her because, it's 3 hots and a cot, man.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like they're just using people.
I think we should draw a line, though. I mean, I think there's a difference between like doing this with someone that you're kind of seeing and like, okay, we're dating, and I just,
let's do that. Yeah.
and then marrying someone just for a roof over your head. Like there is a massive difference
Yeah.
between
But
those two things.
I would have done that too.
Oh my God! Don't say that out loud.
Why?
What do you mean? Why? You would have
But
married
you
a
did
woman
do
for a
that.
roof?
What's that?
I mean, you did gotta do that. I'm just saying. Your current wife had a house and you didn't.
Well, you went from me. But if it came to that, I would have.
Okay. Kimmy, have you ever done this?
They don't need to.
No.
Were you aware this was a thing?
Yes. Oh, yeah, because I almost feel like I know more women that found themselves in this situation than men. Like men with women because they were more stable financially or in a better spot.
So you think it's more likely for a man to take advantage of a woman than it is for a woman to take advantage of a man?
Yes. And to your point, and I don't, I'm wondering why I guess that is. Is it because like women, they feel like they have to take care of that guy, whereas a guy may not feel that way towards a woman?
That's a good question.
Because it's one of those situations too where I think everybody else saw it except for the person in the relationship.
Okay, so I get what you're saying. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just men are desperate and have a
empathetic.
Yes, and have a lower moral.
But you would think
line.
women would have an easier time taking advantage of a situation like that than men
they would.
Yeah, but look but see, women would actually have to do stuff. Like, you would have to be seen with that guy.
Okay.
And women have too much pride, and you would have to like do things with that guy, right?
You'd have
unless
to act interested.
Like, you would have to be in a relationship with a guy you don't want to be in a relationship with. Where women and women don't have to do that, whereas men seem to have an easier time doing that.
Oh, sure.
Am I wrong?
No, we're lying scumbags.
Okay, well, no,
And you'll even lie to yourself when you're doing it. You know what I mean? Like you will. You'll try to justify.
Like I could see. Are you saying you'd lie to yourself in the fact that you could see the relationship progressing?
Yeah, maybe I could see myself falling in love with her, but right now I need to borrow $50 from her right now that I have no intention of. Like I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
But just to like justify it in my own scuzzy soul, I would lie to myself.
You're gonna tell me while you were engaged and living with another woman, you could say, I could see myself falling in love with this side piece of my fiance.
Yes.
You know what?
Shut up.
You know what makes it even worse? I know a lot of single moms that have been taken advantage
That was
of
my
in that
sister.
way too. Yeah.
My sister had 3 kids under the
But like
age
that
of
makes
10.
you an even bigger scumbag
Oh,
as
yeah.
a dude.
No, you're right. And it's funny, right? Like, I mean, you hear all the time the term gold digger. Like, these women are just looking for things for men. I don't know, man. Like,
Ain't no gold to dig anymore. That was the old Dean Martin show.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the term coupling up. A new article describes it as something Gen Z and millennials have started doing. Rent is impossible to afford, so these are people that are getting into relationships just to have half-price rent or everything else taken care of. It's easier to afford to live when someone else is sharing the bills. Most of the time, only one half of the couple knows they're coupling up. And there is a statistic in here that is interesting.
What's that?
Because, based on how people are reacting to this article, it seems that there was a smaller amount of men than we thought doing this back in the day. A new study showed about 1 in 10 Americans admitted to moving in with someone earlier than they wanted to simply to afford rent. And
necessity.
That's over 300,000 American households, which is a lot.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot of
Do you
folk.
think that's happening even more now, just based on cost of living?
Well, that's what they're saying here in this
you're saying-
article.
so
But they're
it has
acting like this
increased.
is something new.
Yeah, well, but here's the thing. Maybe it's hard to tell if you and I and the guys we knew were scumbags.
They were.
Or because look, I'll be honest with you. I thought everybody had done this at some point in their life, unless they had everything together all the time, right? I was unaware that this was like a shocking thing to the majority of Americans. Because again, the way the article's written, it's like, oh, how could they take advantage of these people? I'd ask if there are folks listening that have done this, but no one is going to call and admit that they were just using people for cheaper rent. That's what the scumbags in this room
or they currently are.
Yeah. What's funny about this whole coupling up thing, and once you get into this situation where you are using someone for cheaper rent,
How do you get out of it?
You just break up with them.
No, you just split.
Yeah.
But I mean, but if you need that financial stability, you break up when you have the money.
When there's a way out.
Oh, you just take it.
Yeah.
You just said I always be looking for the exits.
Yeah.
So I was telling Pat,
But I guess my question is, where are you going?
Well, no, that's what I mean. When
disappear.
another situation presents itself, that's when you're going.
And it was really easy back in the day. I was telling Pat, so I had a fiance in Kentucky, and I started having this relationship with this girl in Iowa.
Yeah. Okay.
And I kind of was like using her place when I was out west, and it was a jump off point.
I mean, he says out west back then. That's as far west as America went.
Yeah, that was the Iowa Territory, and they hadn't pushed west with comedy clubs yet. So I told Pat I would call my fiance in Lexington.
Yeah.
From this Iowa residence when she wasn't home, just to like touch base, and she would go, "Where are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, I'm in some crappy comedy club, man. It sucks." Even though I'm in this really nice little house and outside of Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and I didn't. I just lied.
Okay, I never did that. That's a bridge too far.
Yeah,
man.
that's like actual work to keep that going.
Yeah, but it worked. I needed it. And then I went down to Tampa and pulled the same move.
Okay. See, I hate that we're now in a pirate ship together because what you
Yep.
did is way scummier than what I did.
Oh, like
You had houses in multiple states.
Seriously.
Your scum floats so much higher than my scum.
Yes, I'd like to think I'm a higher quality
See
scum.
what you're doing right now?
What am I doing?
You're trying to justify what you did. Like you
No.
you took the higher scuzzy ground than I did.
You're on Scuzzy Mountain. He's on Scuzzy Hill.
Thank you. Thank you. No,
Well, if you're gonna go for the mountain.
I'll admit
That's where the
what-
gusto is.
The long-term effect of this becoming like a more mainstream thing is going to be interesting. It's possible that this coupling thing leads to a lot of broken hearts after one half of the relationship manages to find an escape.
Yeah.
Manage rent on their own. But you should also never underestimate the power of getting comfortable.
Oh yeah.
Right? There are jobs that people take just for the money.
Yeah.
And then they go to sleep one night, they wake up and they've had that job for 30 years, right? And those folks don't leave those jobs that they just took to live because they're used to the money coming in and now you have responsibilities. You get comfortable.
Yeah.
In theory, the same thing happens with coupling. I mean, yes, this is not your ideal partner.
Yeah.
But you guys get along just fine. You guys have jobs good enough to make it together. And if you split after you've been together for a while, all of a sudden, like Kimmy brought up, the financial burden could be too tough to manage.
Yeah.
It sounds a lot like the 1950s. People staying in relationships because they had no financial way to survive on their
Cheap
own.
it or keep her.
Exactly. If you were in a known coupling situation where both of you are kind of aware that you're using each
What's
other,
going on?
you have to keep that quiet from everybody, right?
Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine why you'd bring it up.
Well, I mean,
I might bring it up to I would probably tell you, but I wouldn't tell like everybody.
I don't think I told anybody when I was doing it. I knew what I was doing was wrong.
Yeah.
Not wrong enough to stop.
Is it harder to do that now, though? Just because what if she wants to post you on social media or like?
You could.
Yeah, I just think it's almost impossible.
No, I mean, would you be letting your friends know, like, look, I'm not really, look, I mean,
Oh,
I
like
like
you're
him just
letting
fine.
them in on
but-
how
Yes.
the relationship actually is.
Yeah. Like, you couldn't tell your parents you were doing this because they would worry about you, like, nonstop.
But do you think? But to Tommy's point earlier, you had convinced yourself. Like
you
in
lie to
that
yourself,
moment,
too.
like was there a point where you're like, yeah, maybe this will work? I don't know, we'll see. But for right now, it is what it is.
Okay.
Like, do you think you actually in that moment knew this definitely isn't going to work,
Yeah, I mean,
or is that hindsight?
I don't know.
And my buddies in comedy at that time knew exactly what I was doing because they were also semi doing it. And when I was in Tampa, cheating on my fiance in Lexington, those two buddies were going to be in my wedding in Lexington, knowing full well that I was sleeping with this other chick
Oh my
at the
God.
comedy club in Tampa.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What you're describing is like a crime map, you know? How, like you do the little like
The pins and the
pinpoints,
strings?
and
Yeah.
then we need the strings of like who's connected to who.
Yeah.
Bro, he's right. It's a multi-state bang spree.
But I also
tough
do,
to keep track of.
but those guys were also running around having fun,
Ah.
and we're in relationships. So I mean, we were all kind of, and we were having a ball, man. That was the best part. We were having. It's terrible, but it was fun. And I know it was dangerous. It was complicated. And you had to watch your mouth, which I wasn't good at.
It wasn't that complicated. You just don't say anything about the
I
other
mean,
one
you-
when
Yeah.
you're there.
Yeah. And back then, you could pull this off.
Now, by the way,
you
no,
could
here's
pull
my...
this off, which makes me also wonder, what were they doing behind your back, those
I don't
women?
care.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't care about
Yeah,
it.
I could care less about that. And it's just terrible to say.
You can't keep saying... You can't go, it was
I know.
fun. It was fun. It was terrible. Second.
I didn't love these women,
Oh, my God.
but I was having a lot of,
I understand.
cheap South Florida sex. It was like a blowout sale of like scuzzy South Florida sex.
Yeah, you're way worse than I am. I'm sorry. You're way worse than I am. Like I wasn't living with multiple women at the same time.
So that chick in Florida, she was a chain smoker. Here's some of the stuff you forget sometimes. She was a chain smoker, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one came down to visit, and I had to like clean up my act for a couple weeks. And she kept going, "I keep smelling smoke." I'm like, "Yeah, me too." I go, "You know what? It's got to be from the club. Man, that stuff gets in your skin."
It does. It does
It's
get
good,
in your skin,
it was getting in her skin pretty good.
Oh.
The good old days.
I what's it like to live a life where you don't have to do stuff like this?
I was lucky enough where I always had a roommate, so it's not like I was ever in a position where I was desperate for somebody to split rent
Girls
with.
don't have to be desperate.
Well, no, I mean, sometimes they do.
Well, I mean, like, if you don't...
Like
if
those women that were in
Those are the women I found. There was a big desperate pile over here.
And I do find it funny when I look at Kimmy and say, have to do this. Like, we didn't have to do this. We were just taking the path of least resistance and hurting people.
But I
along the
also
way.
stupidly painted myself into a corner that
Right.
I didn't have many options. You're right. But, I just go,
And I mean, I think that's the big difference between what's happening here and the stories we're describing and that what men and women experienced back in the day is like now it might actually be necessary to do stuff like this, right? Like,
Yeah.
rent is astronomical.
Right.
Mortgages are very, very high. Even having the money and finding a house is impossible, right? It's either find someone who you get along with that maybe something grows or live with your parents.
Yeah.
I'd imagine, like, the height of this had to be COVID. Because there were a lot of people that almost like had just met that ended up kind of getting stuck together because you couldn't really go out and do anything.
Yeah.
You may have needed that
Control.
person. And I don't know how many relationships ended up forming because of that. Because maybe you thought initially it was just a convenience thing.
And it may be, and it goes either
Yeah.
way, right? Either like you realize you really
Right.
like this person,
Or you couldn't stand them by the end of it.
which I mean, even if you really cared about someone, I love my wife, right? When we were stuck in the house for those
That's
couple
how
months.
you met? Yeah.
Oh boy. All right, so let's take a break.
The good old days.
With every story that we talk about here, crime story, you kind of figure out immediately place, time, age, and activity.
Yeah.
And they all usually work in together, right? It makes sense. This is not one of them.
Oh,
There are going to be 4 plot twists in this story.
wow.
And they're hard turns. Hard turns. All of it comes from an east side town you wouldn't suspect.
What?
And there is a man who is in some serious trouble for doing every possible illegal thing, it seems, at the same time.
Okay.
And we'll tell you the story next here in the break room on CMF. one illegal thing can get you in a whole bunch of trouble, right?
Yeah.
So multiple illegal things, you would use logic, would make your life even harder.
And start piling up.
Well, let us introduce you to a gentleman whose accusations are not what you'd expect in any way based on the time, place, age, etc. And you can argue that if the allegations are true, he could not have been doing more illegal stuff at once if he tried.
Quite the multitasker.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How about your chance at your share of $100,000?
$100,000.
You can download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday to get your daily entry for a chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck. From your friends here in the break room on CMF. Just after 7:45 this morning. Can we talk about Italian food?
I love Italian food.
The inventor of a staple Italian dessert passed away this week.
Saw that.
And what's surprising, Kimmy, is I was under the assumption that this had existed for hundreds of years.
Oh. Yeah, I guess I didn't think about that.
And it turns out a lot of your staple Italian food favorites that people talk about, the old country, have been invented.
Not so old?
No! It's all a scam. We'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Penfield.
What happened?
Just before midnight, police saw someone riding a dirt bike.
Right.
Just before midnight.
Yeah, it's a little late to be dirt biking.
In Penfield.
Yeah.
So.
And they're loud.
Thank you. Yeah, you don't get one of them electric dirt bikes.
They do make those.
Police saw this man. They conducted a traffic stop. And right away, like we said, dirt bike on the streets
Dude
of
on a
Penfield.
dirt bike.
But you're in Penfield, right? It's not something you'd expect to see.
No.
But you know how these punk-ass kids, Tommy, can be, right? Okay. So police discovered during the traffic stop, it was a 30-year-old man.
That's a little long in the dirt tooth.
Operating the bike. So there's plot twist one.
Yeah.
And I guess it's not that big a deal for a guy to be riding his dirt bike on the street, right? It's just a ticket.
Right.
Plot twist two.
What's that?
Police say the dirt bike was reported stolen.
Oh, so it's a hot dirt bike.
So this guy, at least according to the allegations, stole this bike.
Yeah.
And all of those things together would be bad.
Yeah.
But we've only just begun.
What else could you be doing on a dirt bike?
While interacting with this 30-year-old alleged dirt bike thief in Penfield, officers say they noticed something.
What?
Plot twist 3.
Yeah.
Police say he was drunk.
Drunk on a stolen dirt bike.
He drunkenly stole a dirt bike.
Yeah.
According to police, he was charged with a DWI on top of the other issues we've already discussed, which means if the allegations are true, he was riding a stolen dirt bike around the east side suburb of Penfield at midnight at 30 years old while drunk. And that is a lot of illegal things to do all at once. So why not throw one more in there?
What's left?
When officers were searching him to make the arrest, they say they found, plot twist 4,
What was he holding?
cocaine.
Oh, man.
He's accused
He
of...
was having himself a night.
Damn. When it was all said and done, he was charged with everything and taken to the Penfield Town Court.
A little dirt and blow.
He's got dirt and blow. So here's what I'm having a hard time figuring
What's
out.
that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. If you were to take dirt bike and one of the many illegal things he's accused of, it kind of makes sense.
Yes.
Like, none of them are good, but if you had a 30-year-old man joyriding a dirt bike drunk, logical.
All right.
If you had a 30-year-old man joyriding a stolen dirt bike, logical. 30-year-old man doing coke and getting wild on a bike, logical. But all of them together at the same time doesn't make any sense.
It's quite the party platter.
Thank you. And the funniest part of this story is with all of these allegations, we still don't even know what he was originally up to that night.
Yeah.
Oh, like what he was doing.
Right? Because
Like, was this a crime of opportunity?
Well, we don't even know, Kimmy, that he stole the dirt bike that night because it said it had been
that's
reported
true.
stolen.
That's true.
So it may have been either stolen
just
previously
had it.
by him. He could have had a friend who's like, yeah, take this dirt bike. He could have bought it from someone who had stolen it, right? There's no...
We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing that says he actually stole the dirt bike here. But the information about what he was doing before the traffic stop could change everything about the story.
Yeah, it could.
I mean, look at it this way. Was he using the dirt bike of his mode of transportation to get home from the bar or a get-together? Because that would make a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
Point A to point B.
Was he partying with other people on dirt bikes and he's the idiot that took it too far? That's dumber, but you could also understand.
Yeah.
The ultimate dumbass move, to your point, Kimmy, would have been, if the allegations are true, that he stole that bike, while drunk, in possession of cocaine, around midnight, in a quiet suburb.
Yeah.
You know how people in Penfield are. And we know that quaint towns make
quiet.
911 calls the fastest.
Oh, yeah.
The second that he fired up that engine in the dark, even if he was stone sober and had the title to that bike, the sheriffs were going to be there. So what was your plan?
Question. This might be a dumb question. Do you need a key to start those? Like, how does that?
252 WCMF,
or do they just run? Like, does it? I guess
you just kickstart it.
Yeah, like can you just start it?
I would think you'd have to have something
I
that
would
would
think
keep
so,
someone
too,
from
but-
jumping on it.
But
252
like,
WCMF.
But like to steal it, he could have walked it a ways.
Yeah.
Before he fired it up.
But it was reported stolen. The
Right.
odds that it was stolen and then caught
Yeah,
and had already
true.
been reported stolen are
Yeah.
probably small. But again, we can't say for sure here. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about a 30-year-old man who was arrested just before midnight for riding a dirt bike in Penfield. When police pulled him over, they saw that he had been drinking. He'd been charged with a DWI. On top of that, after they searched him, they found cocaine on his person. So he was riding a stolen dirt bike at 30 years old in the town of Penfield while drunk, while possessing cocaine, according to police. Let's start with the first detail that surprised us here.
All right.
How common is it for someone over the age of 25 to own a dirt bike?
Aren't you a dirt biker for life? Like, if you enjoy riding dirt bikes, if you did it as a kid, do you think like you just? It's not out of the question for you to be on a dirt bike for
Dirt bike.
dirt bike for like the rest of your life, basically.
Because you're doing like motocross and like backwoods stuff.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like dads do it with their kids,
Yeah.
right?
Okay, so I always thought, and this might be a stupid statement, that you got to an age where you transferred to like the ATV.
Oh, maybe you
know.
do, but I do know older guys that still
Yeah.
like do motocross.
But do they
stuff
do
like
it like in contests? Because that's a different kind of guy.
They do it with their kids.
Okay. But that's okay. All right, I guess I get that.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. Like, for some reason, with all this stuff together, the fact that he was 30 on the street and a
Yeah.
dirt bike is the thing that throws me the most.
Yeah. I would expect that to be a dumb kid.
All right, but then again, like, we don't live out in the sticks. Like, me,
But that ain't the sticks.
no, I guess. Well, there are some country parts of Penfield.
Yeah, but not much country. That's soft country.
No, I understand it's soft country.
He's gone soft country. Look at that little dirt bike.
Oh man, he's got coke in his pocket. That's not that soft, right?
Because I always think like if as a grown man, if you like to street ride, you're gonna go get a regular. You're gonna get a Harley or a crotch rocket or something like that.
Yeah, but those are more
Are those
expensive.
the same people?
I'm just saying if you were gonna progress in your from dirt bike to like riding on the street, like like you and your old lady taking a ride.
No, but she asked a valid question. I get what you're saying, but like, do adults that own dirt bikes also have like motorcycles?
Maybe they do.
Or are those two very
Yeah.
separate things? All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Maybe there are folks here to help us. Again, talking about this man that allegedly broke every law possible while on a stolen dirt bike in Penfield while drunk at 30 years old with cocaine, according to police. Let's talk to Mike. Hey, Mikey, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So those dirt bikes, a lot of them don't have keys. You can just kickstart it and go.
Okay, so how then, Mike, why are not all of them stolen all the time?
Well, they kind of are, man.
I guess you're right.
Well, they're expensive toys. You want to keep them, closed up tight.
You keep it tight.
All right, Mikey, how old are you, buddy?
I mean, I'm 32.
Okay, do you still have a dirt bike?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
How often do you ride your dirt bike?
My son races, so we practice almost every day after work.
Okay, all right, I understand that. If your son did not race, do you think he would still be dirt biking as a man in his early 30s?
Yes.
Okay.
100%.
All right. Are you married?
Yes.
All right. Does your wife get concerned about your old ass on the dirt bike?
Sometimes, especially if I've had a few beers, yeah, but she rides too, so she understands.
Wait. There's chick dirt bike
Yeah.
riders?
Oh yeah,
course.
there's a whole ladies circuit out there.
Yeah, my whole family
Topless.
does it.
It's always a family thing.
Okay, Mike, was your wife a dirt biker before you met her, or did you get her into the dirt bike game?
Before I met her.
Holy crap,
Wow.
this is okay.
Yeah.
All right, I did not see that coming. Mike, where do you live? You out in the sticks or you in the suburbs?
I grew up in Rush, but I live out in Canisius now, so yeah, I'm out in the sticks.
Okay, so you're racing, you're
So
riding
he's
around.
got a track in his probably his yard.
Yes, I do have a track in my backyard.
Okay, I love how you still, as a man in your 60s, don't know the difference between a statement or a question. Because you could have said, hey, Mike, do you have a track in your backyard? But no, you made the statement, this man I've never talked to before in my life has a track in his backyard.
I can hear it in his voice.
Yeah, can you?
Yeah, he's got that dirt track voice.
Yeah, there's no way you knew he was only 32. You had this guy pegged as like 50. All right, Mikey, thanks for all the information, buddy. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good one, boys.
All right, there goes Dirt Biking Mike.
Yeah.
Dirt Mike, they call him.
Dirty Mike.
All right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
All right, let's say single Tommy, you're out at the bar and you meet a woman. Hey, you hit it off. Everything's great. And you go, hey, listen, I'd love to see you again. Can we go out, Saturday?
Right.
I'd love to, but I got a dirt bike race that I'm racing in. Deal breaker?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think you okay, bro? You couldn't handle a lady dirt biker.
What's the
Kick
handle?
up the dirt in your face.
Well, we're not banging on the track.
No, I understand.
Like I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go watch her.
Well, no. She just the fact that you know
She
that she's a lady
yeah.
dirt biker. I mean, look, I think it's a bad omen if a woman that you're into has a tougher hobby than you'd ever think of trying.
Why would you?
See, I think you're very comfortable in your masculinity if you are okay with dating a lady dirt biker.
Look at me.
Okay,
Comfortable in my masculinity.
Sure.
Yo, majesty.
If we're watching the live stream and Kim, I'd like you to take a look at that man right there.
Yeah.
Does he look like a man comfortable in his masculinity?
Look at him,
Well, I
hairy
don't
arms.
know. He said he wouldn't have a problem dating somebody with a tougher hobby. I mean, I'm guessing most women you dated had tougher hobbies than you.
Man, that compliment turned to a backhand real quick. No, I mean, we've known guys that have been with women that did things that they would have never dreamed of doing.
But don't you think it would be like a turn on for some men, though? It's kind of like a fantasy thing.
I would feel like I'm like less than because
Okay.
I'm not a mechanic. I wouldn't want to get on a dirt bike, right? Like, this is my girlfriend. She's tougher than me.
But I've dated chicks that had that were pretty rough. So I would say yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there were chicks that could really have effed me up.
That's every
and
woman.
they tried.
But like these chicks had prior these were mean women.
Okay.
When you pissed them off, and they were pretty rough.
Would you get on a dirt bike with her?
No.
Okay, so where's your masculinity? Where's your comfort and
Well, no,
masculinity?
it doesn't. Just because you don't want to do the hobby
Right.
with her doesn't mean you're not comfortable with her doing the hobby.
He's funny being in the back of a Harley, the back of a dirt bike, man. You look like you're going to work in Malaysia.
No, let's say she says, I got
There's like a box of chickens on the front.
let's say she goes, I got an extra bike. Let's go riding together. Would you go?
No, because I'd kill myself.
Okay, so there you go. Like, if this thing is a big part of her life, right? Like, it wouldn't really work out.
No, but that wouldn't be what breaks it for me.
Okay. 252 WCMF, we're learning so much about dirt bike culture. We're talking about initially this story that happened out in Penfield. According to police, a man was pulled over. They found out, that he was 30 when he was pulled over for riding this dirt bike just before midnight on the streets of Penfield, which is strange. They then say they found out the bike was stolen. Police then say during the interrogation, they discovered he was drunk. He'd been charged with a DWI. And on top of all that, when they searched him to make the arrest, they say they found cocaine on him. A 30-year-old man riding on the streets of Penfield, a dirt bike, while drunk just before midnight, also in possession of cocaine, and the bike had been stolen. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Skylar. Hey, Skylar, how are you, brother? Oh, do we have phones, Kimmy? I'm sorry. Skylar, my fault, buddy. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I tattooed this chick, and her dad is a drag racer, and so she's only like 20 years old. They built her car together, and she drag races, and she's gorgeous. I definitely would date her, but I'm a little too old. But
Yeah, but, I mean, Skylar, are you into the racing thing? Do you understand how that works? Like, would you be able to hang in those conversations with her?
I would try. I'm not afraid to date a chick that is, does that kind of stuff.
All right, maybe I'm the bitch here.
Well,
then.
and I was thinking, how often would you share a hobby with somebody you're dating where you could, if you weren't into it, how could you have a conversation no matter what it is?
Okay.
A tough hobby or just, whatever thing she's
But
into.
it's a man hobby. That's the problem.
Well, okay, let me put it this way, and
Yeah.
maybe the way it came out is wrong. Okay, so like Skylar, I love the Bills, right? My wife did not care about football until she met me.
Right.
I don't think she does even now.
Right.
But my wife wants to be a part of my world, and she wants to come to games with me, and she wants to watch the games, right? And she'll have questions that I'll answer
Show
and
interest.
things like that.
Yeah.
Exactly. But it's standard for, at least Kimmy in the past, a woman to be brought into that world, and it's okay to ask questions. I would be nervous, Skylar, like if I'm hanging around a bunch of different gearheads, and I ask a question that I am going to be immediately bitch shamed because my girlfriend knows more than I do.
It's no big deal. Who cares? But I would totally go watch her. She races out of state, but I would totally go watch her, and I wouldn't be afraid to date a chick that drag races. I think that'd be cool.
Are you touching yourself right now? The way your voice went, Skyler?
He sounds like a 14-year-old.
Like, I'd like a chick that'll smoke a cigar. That's kind of hot to me, too.
Okay. All you drag racing, cigar smoking ladies, Skyler's on the prowl. Watch out.
Yes, I am on the prowl. All right.
Skyler, thanks, buddy.
See you later.
There goes Skyler. What the hell happened?
Nobody
Smoke a
asked Skyler.
cigar.
Do you see smoking a cigar as a masculine thing?
Yeah.
So if you, okay, all right, you meet that
And
same
you
woman.
are a big cigar aficionado.
Do enjoy smoke.
You meet that same woman at a bar, right? You go, hey, I'd love to see you again. Can we see each other Saturday night? Oh, I'd love to, but I got a cigar smoker that I already committed to. I got to go there. Would that be a deal breaker?
Well, and that's weird because, like, I mean, I've dated chicks that were smokers, but never a cigar smoker. So, like, to go to so would I be going to the cigar smoker with her?
Yeah, she wants you to go.
I guess I would try. I don't know. I can't answer that.
Okay.
I would be. I don't know if it would turn me on or if it would be a deal breaker.
Okay.
Because I also don't want a woman with a cigar mouth.
Even though you have a cigar mouth?
No, but I always brush. and
Oh my
gargle.
God! Are you serious
So
right
what
now?
if she does this? What if she brushes?
No, it'd be,
You have to brush your. What we're talking about in the commercial break. This works perfect. You have to brush your hand. You have to brush your mouth before we kiss each other.
Yes.
Tell me, and I don't want cigar mouth.
yeah. I don't know if I want a cigar smelling woman.
One of my favorite ELO songs of all time. Ooh,
Cigar smoking woman. Go rinse your mouth out.
I mean, Kimmy, do you know any women that participate in stuff like this?
Like guy stuff.
Okay, that's not what I meant. I meant gearhead stuff.
Well, guy stuff.
Okay, well, see, I love how you came in, Mr. Progressive Masculinity.
No,
and
but
now
I
you
will
know
say
guy
the
stuff.
last time I took my car in to get an oil change, there were a lot of female mechanics.
Oh, God, must have taken all day.
It's very quick.
But he'll be in the Poconos all weekend.
But like younger.
She asked me to take her to somewhere she'd never been. I showed her the kitchen. Ow! Ow! Is that what you're saying?
But they were like younger too, so I mean, it's not out of the question that a woman would have a job like that or be into something like that.
No, but I think I see it. I think there's a difference between a hobby and a job.
Okay, but it's a traditionally masculine job.
You're right.
That wouldn't. But the hobby would bother you, but the job wouldn't.
Here's why.
Okay.
Here's why. Because I would understand why a woman would like be interested in something like that, right? And be like, oh, I can do this. Obviously, you can do that, right? So, like, how often are you talking about somebody's job with their coworkers as opposed to their hobbies with their friends? Like, it wouldn't come up at all as much.
But sometimes your job bleeds into your hobby. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I guess
you
you're
took
right.
that job because you were into a certain thing. I don't know.
Here's the thing that would turn me off. Let's say she's got like she does something like that.
Yeah.
A masculine or a macho thing,
Yeah.
which is fine. Say she got rough hands. She's got rough ass, calloused hands from like riding a dirt bike or something like that.
Sure.
Would that bother you if she's got her hands are rougher and more callous than your dainty little sissy
She's got
fingers?
working lady hands.
She's just got working hands. Rough ass,
How do you know?
veiny, muscular hands.
How do you know you would like it? Would that freak you out if you liked it? You look down? Oh.
Yeah, it'd be like, freaking some man down there, man.
It'd be like freaking some man down there. It's like poetry.
It's like I got Howie Long down there with his slip-on shoes.
That name came to you way too quickly.
He does
He was
those
in a Skechers
slip-on
commercial.
Yeah,
Yeah. Kimmy, the channels he watches on TV, they advertise slip-on Skechers for.
constantly.
Yeah, because your lower back hurts and you need to slip them on.
What's Howie Long doing on my couch? There's this dirt bike outside.
He's going to slip them on and then slip something else off.
Yeah. No, that'd be gross.
I think I can handle rough hands.
A calloused hand on your dong. A woman's calloused hand.
I've never had it before. I don't
Right. And there's a reason.
know. Why?
It's not going to be pleasing.
Okay.
You want a nice, soft, dainty hand.
I
down
love
there.
how this whole conversation. I can handle mechanic. I can handle dirtbagger. Oh, your hands are
I
callous.
know.
No,
I know.
thank
What a
you.
weird.
And what if they're
what
dirty?
A weird line to draw.
Dirty, callous lady hand.
I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that question.
Scraped up knuckles.
Let's take a break.
All right.
All you Italians been lying this whole time. You all been lying this whole
Oh, wow.
time. Because, like, Kimmy, I feel betrayed.
Yeah.
You knew this.
I thought as you, this is like ancient.
Oh, you didn't know
did this
this?
thing exist a long time and this guy just put a name to it?
I mean, I guess that's possible, but the fact he's
the inventor.
Yes, but you couldn't walk into a restaurant and order this until not that long ago. Yeah. And it turns out a lot of the standard Italian fare that you think is old country Italian stuff is new. You guys have been lying this whole time. And we'll get into it next here at the break room on CMF. Hey, Italians.
What's going on?
What you doing out there?
What?
What do you mean, what?
It's all about tradition.
Is it really? Really?
Yeah, from the old country.
What country are we talking about?
The old country.
Not that old, actually.
Oh, it's old. Pat.
Because I was under the assumption, not being Italian, that this food, whose inventor passed away this week, was like hundreds, maybe even thousands of years old. But it turns out not only is that a lie, that most of the standard Italian fare that you see
was fed by. They used to feed it to the Roman army.
No,
before they went to battle.
No. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We'll jump right into it. And this story starts with Chef Roberto Linguinato. Linguinato. That gentleman,
what happened?
well, he passed away this week at the age of 81. And he is famous for working as a pastry chef in the early 70s when he invented one of the most staple Italian restaurant desserts there is. Yes, you got it. Chef Roberto Linguinato.
What did he do?
Invented tiramisu. And I saw that story, and I was like, that's weird. I thought he invented a certain type of tiramisu.
Right. Or like a famous one. Yeah, you know what I mean?
No, it turns out that tiramisu has only existed in the world since 1972.
Wow. So they were feeding it to the Roman army since 1972. How long did the Roman army last?
I guess a long time.
Was it like one chariot guy left?
Mm-hmm.
So like dessert technology didn't pop until somewhat recently in history?
I always figure like cannolis and things of that nature. And there's that fried dough stuff, that pizza frita stuff. I thought that all came.
Yeah, like I thought that dated so far back, you don't really know who
like
actually
the
invented
1700s.
it. Yeah.
It might all be a lie because with
It's all a
tiramisu,
dirty lie.
tiramisu didn't exist while the Beatles were together. Right. And I'd like to ask a question of all you Italian folks out there. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Why do you play it off like all of your food is centuries old when most of the stuff we eat out of your restaurants has been on the scene for less than 70 years? For example,
what's that?
I started going down a rabbit hole because I felt lied to.
Right.
I felt betrayed, right? Because I love Italian food. I grew up in Gates. I didn't know there were other Irish people till I was 19 years old.
Right.
You go to an Italian joint, chicken parm is a menu staple, right? And you look at like videos of the old country, like films and things in Italy, there's chickens running around. They got chickens. Did you know?
What's that?
That chicken parm was invented in New York City in the 1950s.
Yes.
In the 50s.
I thought we looked this up once because we were surprised at how recent.
So it's an American dish.
It is.
And I thought like a lot of the stuff that are on Italian menus here, a lot of it was, Americanized.
Okay, but I just assume when they say Americanized, they took an old Italian recipe and like just put a little twist on it.
So do you remember when I told you that I was a little kid, my parents invited that guy from Italy over to the house for no goddamn reason, and he stayed with us for a weekend, and he cooked for us.
Yes.
But he was from Italy, and he made traditional Italian food, and I hated it because it wasn't what I was used to.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was all light.
It was very simple.
It's simple. It's light. And, a little kid, where's the meatballs? I want a ton of cheese and bread and gobs of butter and stuff. They don't do any of that stuff. So all that spaghetti and meatballs, all those heavy dishes, they're all American.
How about this?
What?
Chicken French, another Italian go-to, right? You go to any Italian restaurant, they got chicken French for you. It started as veal French in the 50s. And when people in the 70s decided they found out what veal was, and they...
So good, though.
It's only been around since the 1970s. So even chicken French is only like 50 years old.
Right.
Did chicken French originate here, or we just really like it here for some reason?
New York City, but it blew up like upstate for whatever
big time.
reason. All right, so like what is with you Italians pretending like everything you do has been around for centuries?
Because they like to do that.
Who's
like everything.
You? No. Don't you Sicilian man try and say they. It's you. I'm looking at you. You people. You people.
But you people are you people.
Well, I guess though every Italian family kind of had their version of things. Like I have my great grandma's recipes. You know what I mean? Like there are just certain recipes and things that were passed down over time.
No, but that's the other funny thing, right? Because like if someone's like, I have my great grandma's recipe for tiramisu. No, you don't. She was in her 40s by the time that showed up.
But Italians also like to take credit for everything. My father was a very proud Sicilian man.
Okay.
Even though he had nothing to do with Sicily. He wasn't born there. He was born in Akron, Ohio. Nothing to do with it. But he did this with everything. Oh, that's from the old country. And he'd start making stuff up. So it gets in your head, and they probably did it to him.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Okay, but like there are men and women listening right now who were alive when this stuff was invented.
Sure.
So that it's not old country stuff.
You ain't saying nothing, man, because it blows the myth. Like if you go, let's say you went to Italy, and you go have some tiramisu, and you're thinking, oh, my God, this ancient recipe is delicious. It goes all the way back to like the honeymooners.
No, No, the honeymooners have been off the air for 15 years.
Yeah, you're right. It goes back to All in the Family.
Now we're going to have an argument. Again, this all started, a man named Chef Roberto Linguinato. He passed away at 81 this week. He is the inventor of tiramisu, which is surprising because we all kind of thought that was hundreds of years old. No, it's only been a thing since 1972. So I've been saying tiramisu.
It's tiramisu.
Tiramisu.
Says who?
That's why
I
I've
always
heard
thought it was tiramisu.
Yeah, not tiara like the thing on your head.
It's not a tiramisu. It's
It says
tiramisu.
Tiramisu.
That sounds less fancy.
Tiramisu.
You're adding stuff to it. You do this
Tiramisu
a
sounds
lot.
fancy.
I thought
What was
I
that?
was
What was
saying
that lake
it
you
wrong.
were? Keuka?
Keuka Lake.
Keuka.
Keuka
He was
Lake.
calling it Keuka.
No, it's Keuka Lake.
No, it's not Keuka. Keuka.
Keuka.
Keuka.
Keuka is Keuka.
But you're saying Keuka.
That's what that Keuka Lake.
You got a
Keuka Lake.
long.
If
So I wonder,
anyone
like-
is going to correct my pronunciation.
Yeah,
of
well,
stuff.
you're the big grammar cop, not me.
Again, pronunciation is not grammar, you idiot.
Same thing, it's words. So I wonder, like, because my brother claims, my brother and his wife have been to Italy a bunch of times, right? And when they go to this place called Alfredo's.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he says that's where fettuccine Alfredo was invented.
No.
So I'm wondering if fettuccine Alfredo was invented there, or this is something they jive tourists when they come
Because
over.
they're like, you like cheese.
Yeah.
You look like you like a lot of cheese.
And like lasagna.
I don't want to know, though. Like, I feel lied to. Can we Google when fettuccine Alfredo and lasagna were
And I
invented?
wonder even like pizza. Is pizza something
Well-
that started here, or did it start there?
I
So,
thought
like,
pizza
there's-
was like a Chinese thing initially or something, and then it was
No, you can't because they don't have any cheese.
Yeah, you
It
remember?
was just sloppy. You get the
like
sauce
the
all over
early
your pants.
versions of pizza. I
You
thought
couldn't eat it.
Well, no, because the Chinese didn't wear pants back then, so that wasn't even a
Oh,
thing.
they would be screaming with the hot sauce on their
They
crotch.
weren't pantsless, you idiot.
You're right. Chinese didn't have pants back then.
There ain't no pants in China?
There ain't no pants.
Pants in China. There ain't no pants in China.
Pass the cheese.
No, I thought like there was like the old school version of pizza, and then the pizza we know was invented here.
Yeah, like so, like the pizza was
She's
invented.
even making Italian
The pizza
hands.
you know was
She
invented-
never embraces her Italian heritage except when she's looking up
All
pizza.
right, so what is
The
it?
pizza you know was first invented in Naples, Italy.
The pizza you know sounds like a horror movie.
But that's like with the sauce and the cheese and everything.
All right.
Do we want to look up can we look up linguine and
No,
lasagna?
fettuccine
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes,
Alfredo.
fettuccine
Okay,
Alfredo, yes.
so fettuccine Alfredo was invented in 1908 by
right.
Alfredo di Leo, an Italian restaurateur.
Okay.
All right, so that's legit. They always go there, and I'm going.
I love how you
"No
called him
way."
a liar. He was right the whole time.
But you know how it is.
You don't know what you're talking about.
And he goes like, "You never had it like this." I'm going, "Just like you're going out for noodles in Rome. You can probably get it at the gas station."
I would get sucked into going to the place.
Yeah,
that
it
invented-
originated in Rome.
So
That's right.
he goes
Yeah.
to that legit place.
And what about lasagna? Can we get a lasagna?
All right.
Thank you.
Joey lasagna.
I love lasagna.
Everybody loves lasagna.
Bro, I'm like,
It's the densest Italian food.
oh god,
It's just layers of goodness.
and like I've never had a bad lasagna. Like
Yeah.
whether it's like
Even that frozen stuff's pretty good.
that's what I'm
Oh.
saying, man. I'll sit down and I'll eat something at Red's and it's delicious. I'll eat a whole Stouffer's lasagna.
Yeah.
Even Olive Garden lasagna ain't
Oh
bad.
yeah.
So lasagna is believed to have originated in Italy during the Middle Ages.
Oh, all right.
That's
That's
a lovely-
ancient.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How'd they make it?
With
They had no goddamn oven.
what are you talking? Yes, they had ovens.
They had no ancient Middle Ages had no damn oven.
They had fire.
Middle
they had
Ages. They had ovens in the
Yeah,
Middle
they had
Ages.
fire. They had no goddamn oven.
Oh my God! How do you think they cook food? Stupid.
I don't think they cooked back
The Middle
then.
Ages had castles and kings and stuff. They had a stove. Didn't have like a clock on it, but they had a stove.
Damn stove in the Middle Ages.
Well, lasagna is considered one of the oldest pasta dishes in Italian cuisine.
Okay, so
Damn.
then just embrace the lasagna. Stop lying
you
about
go.
everything else being ancient. All you Italian.
So when did they
folk.
invent the Italian stove?
All right, let's take a break. Well, if you're going to go out and buy something,
Yeah.
the way that it normally works, it's supply and demand. If
Yeah.
there's a high supply and low demand, well, then it's going to cost less.
Yeah.
Vice versa, it costs more. But it turns out, Tommy, thanks to technology, the world is changing because they're not going to charge you based on who wants it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to charge you based on how much they know you have.
Oh, how do they know what I got?
It's already happening.
How
And
do they know?
idiots like us have been surrendering this information without realizing it every single day. The government
Yeah.
now wants to step in to stop it, but there is an argument being made that this isn't even illegal.
So it's legitski.
It's happening now.
All right.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Those bastards will do all they can to separate us from our money. And this is proof of it.
What happened?
Well, supply and demand will tell us how much something costs, right, Tommy?
Yep.
Not anymore.
What are they doing?
Well, what you're willing to pay matters more than how much other people want that item.
But how would they know that? It's in my head.
No, it's not actually. They found a super evil way to use what you want and what you have against you.
What's the technology?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. You can hear our sultry voices every day.
Sure.
You can look at our beautiful faces, too.
Oh, watch us talk.
Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. Get us on YouTube and Twitch at the break room. WCMF. The live stream cameras are up. They are cranking. You can see a man who's pretending he's not wearing socks in 1950s bowling shoes with a platform on it. All of that brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. You should try their new Kind Hopped Water.
Yeah, you're digging it.
I do love it. When you want the taste of Kind IPA, but you don't want the alcohol or the calories, reach for a Kind Hopped Water, crisp, sparkling, clean, and crushable.
Well, you got to hydrate, bro.
You do.
Yeah.
You do. So go check that out from your friends at Three Heads and 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, are you familiar with the term surveillance pricing?
No.
It is a way for companies to use data they've collected on you, not to charge you what an item is worth, but to charge you what they believe you're willing to pay.
So based on my previous spending.
And other things. For
Okay.
example, let's say there's a whole bunch of data, Tommy, on you spending high amounts on hats, socks, and bitch-ass shirts from the bitch-ass shirt company.
Yes.
If a company has that data, which is very easy for them to get, the next site you go to could change the price of the stuff to charge you more than it would someone like Kimmy or I.
I'm willing to jump on it.
Exactly. Who don't have a history of spending high money on different items and a love of men's clothing.
Okay.
Companies are trying to squeeze every last drop of cash out of people they think are willing to spend it. And here's the ass kicker, Tommy.
What they kicking?
It could be happening to you as we speak, and you would have no idea.
Well, I kind of noticed, though, like when I look at stuff and then I get other ads for similar products. And yes, like all this, like immediately I'll be bombarded by 4 other companies trying to sell me the same thing.
That's pretty standard.
But I mean, it's the same process. They looked at what I looked at.
Yeah.
They, he likes this. We're going to send him this.
But you assume that if I got that ad you got, we'd be spending the same price.
Right, but they're also seeing what I paid for that item.
Bingo. You got it. And here's the evil genius of this. How often do we compare prices of things we buy online with our friends?
Never.
Right?
Yeah, because what are the odds you and your friends are buying the exact same thing?
And even if you are buying the exact same thing, most people avoid doing it so we don't look like idiots. Because if I knew what you actually spent on those shoes, I would crush you. Stores know this.
Yeah.
So if no one knows what the other person is paying, they can charge different people whatever they want. Like, imagine if this happened in real life. I mean, okay, like
Like
They
if
see
you're
you walk
shopping in
everyday
person.
life. Yeah, like you walked into Wegmans and milk cost $3 more for you a gallon because you were wearing a suit at the time. You'd never shop at that place again.
Right.
But this is happening. It's a thing that's happening.
So is Amazon doing this too then?
It's possible
Right?
everybody's doing it. Now, that's the problem. Nobody is sure who is doing this. And the Federal Trade Commission has launched an investigation to determine how widespread it's become. They plan on ordering 8 different financial tech consulting companies to reveal what they do, the data they collect, and who they sell it to see who's doing it on a regular basis.
But it doesn't sound illegal.
That's the problem. It turns out this may be legal.
Because you're buying this, you're doing it to yourself, technically, because you know what I mean?
But you don't know you're doing it. And that's where the argument is.
All right.
Right? So the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. So there are laws against what they call discriminatory pricing, for example.
Like price gouging.
Well, no. Discriminatory pricing would be charging one person something because they are, I don't know, black,
All right.
as opposed to charging you or me a less amount. Race or religion. You can't discriminate that way. But this isn't really discrimination.
You're just willing to pay more.
But it kind of is because you're discriminating against people with money. Because I'm sure there were times when homes, they would charge more for people that looked a certain way.
Right.
And those people would
keep
say,
them out.
Exactly. But there were people that could afford it. So they would say, this is what I have to spend. They were willing to spend. That was the argument.
But that was to keep people out. This is to bring people in.
It's nuts. It's nuts. And like when you find out about it, when you have this conversation out loud, you go, oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. But I would have never thought that they had this ability. Would you have thought this until just now?
No. But I'm guessing moving forward, it's going to get worse, not better.
Unless they make this illegal.
All right.
Write your congressman. Make it illegal to be.
But they sell all our information for a reason, right?
Yeah, this would be one of the reasons, right? And I guess if you put a plug in this, there would be some other super evil thing that we're not thinking about that they managed to figure out and get money from us that way.
I guess I also probably wouldn't think twice about it, only because a lot of the times when you're doing online shopping, the prices of that stuff fluctuate so much.
Okay.
Like you're either constantly getting bombarded with emails of telling you 30% off or whatever percentage off, or hurry, you have 24 hours to get this item at this price. Like, it's just, I don't even know what stays the same price consistently anymore if you're shopping online.
No, that's a good point. I mean, you can go week by week and Amazon prices
Right,
fluctuate.
that's
That's what I'm
day
saying,
by
like,
day.
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, you're right. But here's the thing.
What's that?
You know, as we sit here and we have our mouth open and we're shocked that these companies would be charging us different prices based on what they know we're willing to spend because of the data they bought from other companies, it turns out
What?
this surveillance pricing
Yeah.
has been happening under our noses for years.
Years?
Airlines were one of the first companies to implement this practice. So, Tommy, if you start searching for flights over different websites,
Yeah.
it will alter the prices you see depending on what you've looked at before. It can also remember what you spent the last time you flew,
Yeah.
right? That's why it's recommended that you clear out what they call your cookies right before you actually book the flight. You want the computer to forget where you're going
Sneaky.
to bring the price down.
All
But
right.
airlines, and you'll
Yeah.
notice this. You
oh,
can
yeah.
notice this.
I think you really notice it with big ticket items like that.
Right? But,
Yeah.
I mean, that's been a thing for like a decade. Nobody said anything, right?
So what if I go to like those different sites like Expedia and Travelocity
Like the
where
secondary sites.
where they're giving you like multiple options? They're still doing that?
They talk to each other. Well, I mean, they can. Your computer remembers. They know. They see this stuff.
So you're really not getting the deal you think you're getting.
No. And that's the other thing.
So I
Do
got to
you
clear out the cookies.
clear the cookies out.
Get the cookies out.
Yep, go into your cupboard, take all your cookies, throw them in the garbage.
I'll do it today.
Then you book your flight.
Take that.
But, like, it does make you think, right? Like, when it comes to the stuff you've bought over the last couple of years, how much more did you spend?
But you're also thinking you're getting a deal.
Yeah,
Right.
Yeah.
And that's part of it too. It's kind of like the Kohl's effect. You know how like you go shopping at Kohl's and at the end they show you all your savings. That's kind of how you feel shopping online when they'll show you the price and then what you're getting off and then how much you saved in the end, and
Yeah.
you feel good about it, even though you really have no idea if you got a deal.
No, that's a really good point. It's a really good point. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this thing that's called surveillance pricing. Long story short, stores using data that you've already given to other companies without knowing to charge you not what the item is worth, but what they think you'll pay. And we use the example of Tommy buying high-end men's shirts compared to another guy who's shopping for the first time. Tommy could be getting charged more because they know that he's willing to spend exorbitant amounts on stupid-looking pieces of clothing.
So I've been boned on socks big time.
Bro, you've been getting sock boned like a ton.
Big time.
Legit.
Especially with them Japanese socks I bought.
I thought you bought Italian socks.
I did, but
You switched it up.
He's
The
socking
reason-
all over the world.
so I saw these. So I bought some socks, and then
Yeah.
I got this ad for these Japanese socks. And I go, man, those are some sharp socks, right? So I look at the price, and I didn't realize the way they did it. I was looking at the price, going, that's not bad. Except it was yen.
Oh!
Yeah.
I don't even know if I don't know.
What's
Well,
the,
I know now. Because yen's way more than American money. Because like I paid triple the price I thought I was paying. Because when I saw it, I go, oh, that's not bad. And then when I saw the actual statement on my credit card where they converted yens to dollars, I was like, you got to be kidding me, man.
You paid triple what you thought you were going to
Yeah,
pay?
because I was looking at yen.
was the quality?
Oh,
up
they're
to par?
nice socks.
Okay.
They're good socks, but I would never have bought that price's sock.
I love how
There
you
was like a
But that
year's
has
supply
nothing to
of
do with what we're
socks.
talking about because you just didn't do the conversion.
No, but I'm not thinking.
You didn't see Y at the end of it instead of USD?
I don't think they do a Y.
They probably do a
It
Y.
was like a fish going through a house with my socks.
All right, so here's the big question. We can all agree that surveillance pricing is insane and that it's unethical and that it's immoral. But do we care enough to get it to stop? Because you're sitting here with your mouth wide open.
I love the convenience, man. I just love it.
Okay, wait a minute, but they're ripping you off. Like,
I know,
it's
but you know what, man?
legitimately robbing your pockets.
I remember the other day I was waiting for my wife at an appointment, and I bought like 3 things that would have taken me an hour running around to do.
Yeah.
I'm literally, and they're going to be at my house in 2 days.
Okay.
So I'm thinking like,
But did you need those things, or you just were
Some,
bored?
some yes, some no.
Okay.
But my point is, it would have taken me time, and I didn't want to. Even though I don't want to drive all over town. So, like, if you would have told me, I think you're getting screwed a little bit over here.
It's still worth it.
No, but I mean, I love even in his head, he's thinking a little bit. Like, you're still willing to give these companies that are charging you based on secret things they're getting. Well, they're not going to charge me too much more, right?
Well, Japan has lost my business.
Like, I mean, look, you can be forgiven for not making a stink about it up until now because who could have known, right?
But how do you stop it anyway? Unless you get Congress to, like, pass legislation.
Well, there are things to do. I mean, look, that is an option.
What
right?
else?
Hopefully. I mean, you could be buying things on different forms of internet. Like, you could shop for one thing on a laptop, shop for another thing on your phone, clear your cookies out, not agree to the cookies things. Because have you noticed every single shop that you go to asks you to accept their terms of service?
So if you say, I'm not doing the cookie thing, what happens?
I don't know. I've never done it because I always hit accept
same.
too.
I do because I don't want to be
go
out.
here, so I will always hit accept.
I don't want to be locked out.
No, I understand. I don't know if it actually locks you out, though. Does it lock you out if you hit no to the accepted terms of service? Like, when you click yes, that's you saying, take everything I'm doing right now and report it to anyone you want to. Yeah, and that's what they're doing. God, we're such suckers.
And we're also lazy.
Lazy suckers.
Yeah.
Which was your mother's nickname in high school.
Why you got to drag my mother in this poor thing?
I don't know.
His son's walking around with high-end socks that he can't afford.
I mean, Kimmy, you're the one that makes the least amount of money in this room.
Thank you.
No, I mean, it's a fact.
Oh, you like to point it out a lot.
Well, like, Tommy can sit here and be like, oh, my wife's house, I can spend what I want on Japanese socks. But, like, you have a budget that you stick to.
Yeah.
Okay. Like,
But I think I'm with Tommy in the fact that, like, it's just convenient. And if it's a price that I'm willing to pay for it, I'm just probably going to click yes, put it in my cart.
It is amazing. It is amazing that we've gotten to that point, because here's the thing.
And especially if they say, buy it now, otherwise the price is going to go up.
I know. But again, think of any other store in the world where if you walked in and it said $5 and they looked you up and down, crossed it out, and wrote 8 on it, you'd never go to that store again.
No, you're right. Because it'd be in my face. But to your point, like when I see only 3 of this item left.
Yeah.
You fall for that crap?
Yes.
Hurry, only
It's
one
not
in stock.
real.
I know, but you do it too.
I'd like to think I'm a little bit smarter than you are.
No, you just told me the other day
I
there was
did
something
do
you
that.
were looking at, and you go, "Oh, you said something like limited."
It said limited supply.
Yeah.
Left. It did say that.
And
on
you
one
go
side.
back to that site today, and it'll still say the same thing.
You're right. Do you think those numbers are real? Because there are websites that'll show you like 2 left, 3 left, 4 left.
Well,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, but they're jive.
well, you think that, and then you go back the next day, and they're out of your size. So I don't know.
That's
Maybe
a
they are
good
right.
point. This sucks, man. Like, we can't have something nice. Like, we can't have the ability to, like, shop without headache. You're right, because it's beautiful that the entire world is right here on your phone. You don't have to go to any shop if you don't want to. But this is also a consequence of us being like, retail's not what it used to be. Because all of those places that had to look at us face to face started to close.
Yep.
And now that we're out of, we don't have the ability to go to those places anymore, these shops can do whatever the hell they want.
There's profit in the chaos.
Man.
Know that.
Put that on a t-shirt, sell it in the rock shop. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
There are all kinds of noises in your neighborhood.
Oh, yeah.
In your neighborhood.
Like summer noise.
Yeah. And you would think during the day you have carte blanche to really do whatever the heck you want, right?
Yeah.
People are up, they're at work, whatever. But that's not necessarily true, because odds are there is someone you live around that does not have your schedule. I mean, we have strange schedules.
Yes.
And that issue, it seems, caused a major problem in one neighborhood in Chili.
It was making big noise.
Big noise. At the time, you'd think big noise was okay.
And West Side is big noise.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Tommy, 9 to 5 is the standard workday.
Yeah.
But not everyone keeps those hours.
Oh, yeah.
Folks like us, for example, we work off hours.
Yeah.
And we have to find someone. We have to find some sleep, when
Yeah.
the rest of you regular-ass folks are out and about. That scenario created a scary scene in one West Side neighborhood, and although handled poorly, does raise a question about what is and isn't appropriate in this situation.
Oh.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, how'd you like your chance at a share of $100,000?
$100,000.
Download the free Odyssey app, log in, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each weekday. That is your daily entry for your chance at a share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Chilai.
What happened?
Paul Road, to be more specific.
Yeah.
A man was in his driveway working on what is described here in the story as a race car.
Oh.
Why are you
Okay.
laughing? What is for what?
West Side, dirt track,
It's Paul Road, man. It's a nice
loose
part.
fender.
Can you tell me where Paul Road is?
Yeah, it's over that way.
Over that way?
Yeah.
You've never driven up Paul
I know
Road in
Paul
your life. No, you know
Road.
Paul
I knew
Road.
what Paul Road was. Paul Road.
Shut up.
Sorry, so he's working on his dirt track, busted ass car.
Race
To this
car.
race car in his
Yeah.
driveway. When a man in a black SUV pulled up and started to yell at him. The man in the SUV reportedly said, quote, "I live across the street. I work nights. I've heard that car the last couple of mornings, and I don't want to hear that car anymore. If I hear it again, I'm calling the police. You'll end up dead."
So he's revving the motor, checking it out, right?
There's no, okay, I love how you're already blaming race car guy. Did you not hear what I just said in the quote?
I heard
So
it.
No.
it's making a lot of noise, whatever
Right.
it is.
Well, if you're making a lot of noise, you're revving the engine.
I've heard that car the last couple of mornings. I don't want to hear it anymore. If I hear it again, I'm calling the police. You'll end up dead.
He's checking the timing.
Quick sidebar, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Is he going to call the police or is he going to kill this guy? Because you can't have both.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
Probably calling on yourself at that point.
Thank you, right? Like, that would be the last thing you want to do if you killed this guy. Like, I'm not here to tell a guy how to go about his business, but if you're going to make a threat, the threat should make sense.
Yes.
Right. Anywho,
All right.
the man with the race car says he told the man in the SUV to leave several times, at which point the SUV driver retrieved a knife
Okay.
and slashed the victim's
Oh
upper
my
right
God.
arm.
So he got out of the car, and now we got a knife fight.
So what's funny is
A
it doesn't
one-sided knife fight.
It doesn't say he got out of the car. I guess it's possible that the guy
Got
walked up to the
his
SUV
car.
and talked to him.
All right.
Police say the laceration was 5 to 6 inches deep.
Woo.
Deep?
It got to the fat of the arm.
Wait. The bone.
No, it said fat. It said fat was exposed.
Oh. Ugh.
I love how you just Zorroed. What the hell is that?
Ugh. He goes, wait.
Well, just like a slash.
Okay, you do the girliest. I've never stabbed anybody, but I know if I stabbed someone, I wouldn't do it like that.
Like it's a slash. How do you slash manly?
Ah!
It's the same
no, you're doing
motion.
this. Nah.
Look at that.
Well,
Take that.
come here.
Hot rod man.
No, you're.
You look like you have a paintbrush in your hand.
So,
Yeah.
the suspect fled while the victim got his license plate. Right now, the Monroe County Sheriff's Department says their investigation is ongoing, so we don't even know if there was an arrest made.
Yeah, it's racing this weekend, I'm sure.
That escalated quickly.
Yeah.
And there is no argument in this story, if the allegations are true, to be made about who is in the wrong here. The SUV guy's the aggressor. The SUV guy's making weird threats. The SUV guy is out here slashing people, according to police. And all the allegations say he's wrong. That being said,
Yeah.
odds are you have someone in your neighborhood who works strange hours,
Sure.
right? Gets up earlier, goes to bed earlier, sleeps during the day, whatever. What do you owe that person when it comes to daytime peace and quiet? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
Well, it's hard, like let's say you lay down. What time do you lay down?
Probably between like noon and 2.
So there's no way you're going to hear people all afternoon.
Yeah.
There's no way the neighborhood could shut down for your nap at 2 in the afternoon.
Okay,
Right.
but there's a difference between, kids playing off in the distance and a lawnmower next to my house, a
Yeah.
race car being worked on.
But you should be able
But-
to do that at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
That's
you-
what I'm saying,
I
'cause
mean,
it's broad
what
daylight.
What other time
Could you do it?
Yeah. I mean, if you do it later, you're interrupting people's dinner. If you do it earlier, people could still be sleeping. I mean, you're right. Like, it's annoying for the people who have that off schedule, but I don't know what other time you could do it where you wouldn't be affecting somebody.
Okay, so let's say then one of your neighbors comes up to you politely and goes, hey, man, listen, I work nights. I got to sleep until 4 p.m. So if you could not play music in the backyard, Tommy, while you're drinking, if you could not mow your lawn, whatever it is you normally do, I would really appreciate it.
So what's my time?
After 4, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I could. That I could work.
After
with.
6. I got to sleep until 6. Look, man, I'm sorry.
I'm 2 in.
You're yelling at me? You're yelling at me?
Where's my knife, honey?
No, he knifed the other guy. You would be getting knifed.
All right.
But you have to defend yourself by blocking it like, no.
No, 6 o'clock, man. Come on.
So you'd look in their face and tell them no.
It's the shake of the evening.
That's not the question. Would you look them in the face and tell them?
Get off of my property.
Kimmy, do you believe Tommy would do that?
No.
Why do you say he wouldn't do that?
That he wouldn't say get off my property?
Yeah.
Because it's not his house.
Okay. Well, that's a big one.
No, what else would be some of the traits?
Because you would be probably hiding somewhere as a known hider.
Known hider. And a coward.
And a
Let's not
coward.
forget about coward. Coward,
but
known
I
hider.
think about it.
That's just it, man. Like,
but
you would be, if that guy came over, you can make the argument that asking your neighbor to not do stuff during the day when it's standard time, to your point, would be a dick move. But I think it would be a bigger dick move if they politely asked for you to be like, no.
Well, it depends on how much you could do it without being completely inconvenienced. Like, if you got kids, you're going to tell your kids go inside on a summer day at 4 o'clock and be quiet?
Yeah, but what if this person works? It's their job. It's how they earn a living.
What do you want from me, man? I got kids.
I asked. Here's what I asked. This is what I want. This is what I asked you to do.
Now, if I got kids,
keep the kids inside for a couple hours.
In the middle of summer, they're cooped up inside.
Kids got the phones. They'll
I'm
be on the
sick
phones.
of these
They don't
kids.
even care anymore.
They don't listen to me.
The other problem is if you ask, even if you ask politely for that person to change their schedule or do whatever their noise-making activity is later or a different time, be careful what you wish for, because what if they start working on it super early or super late?
I see your point.
You know what like that? You may not like that even more.
Okay, but at least I'm sleeping. At least I'm getting sleep.
What if they start to work on stuff at night? I mean, then it's going to affect you again too.
No, well, if I'm working, what do I care?
No, but your wife's home.
Yeah.
Now
kids,
your wife's got to hear gunning Joe across the street because he's going for the busted Daytona.
I love how he can't use any logic in this story because it started with a guy who was working on a race car in his driveway, and he thinks that's the trashiest thing he could do, even though he never in his life had the money where he could build his own race car.
I got West Side race car money.
You ain't never in your life had West Side race car money. Only thing you're running is your mouth. Come over here, I'm gonna stab you. 252 WCMF. We're talking about this story from Chilai. Again, according to police, a man was working in his driveway on what is being described as a race car. A man then pulled up in a black SUV, started to yell at the race car mechanic, said, quote, I live across the street, I work nights, I've heard that car the last couple of mornings, I don't want to hear that car anymore. If I hear it again, I'm calling the police, you'll end up dead. Race car driver? Mechanic says that he told the guy several times to leave. In the middle of that interaction, police say that the SUV driver pulled out a knife, slashed the victim's upper right arm 5 to 6 inches deep. The suspect fled. County says the investigation is ongoing, and those are the details we have. So here's what I'm thinking, Kimmy. And we're not on his show, so I need you to be honest with me.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like you think that people that work off hours, even though you are one of those people, are their jobs are not as important.
What do you mean?
And that's why. Oh, I knew it. I saw the look. I knew it.
He's the guy that will go to like Wegmans in the middle of the day and wonder why there's so many people there when he is also there at the same time.
No, you know what I heard?
Does nobody have a job? Says the man who is also at Wegmans in the middle of the day.
Nobody wants to work anymore. You think that if someone works overnights that they got a busted job that doesn't matter?
No, it could be a doctor. It could be a surgeon.
Overnight doctor?
Yeah.
Yeah. On call?
Night surgeon.
Okay. It's called being on call, you idiot.
On call
Night
surgeon.
surgeon sounds like a CBS sitcom that they advertise during football. It's based in Chicago for some reason. So you wouldn't do it out of disrespect to the job that you think isn't important. I'll ask you this question.
Right. I had overnight jobs when I worked in the grocery business.
I think that's why you have this opinion, is because I'm better than these jobs now, man. I'm on the radio. Hear me on the radio.
Barely on the radio.
No kidding. My dad, when I was a kid, for a little while, worked overnights as a police officer, right?
And that makes sense.
Okay. Why is that?
Because he's got a gun.
What does that even mean?
I'm not saying this is that guy.
Okay, no, but like, let's say my father, as a police officer, your neighbor comes over, hey, man, listen, I'm really sorry. I'm working nights now. I go on at 10. I'm off at 7. If you could please just keep it quiet until 6 p.m., could you do that for me?
Yes, officer.
Oh, what happened all of a sudden?
He's a cop.
So what?
You don't mess with cops.
Yeah, you don't want to mess with him. He might stick his hair down and spike you. No, I just find it weird that, when you're put in a position where it's like, oh, that's an important job. Yes, sir, I'll do it.
Yes.
So if that doctor was on call and said, I need you to keep it down, I got to sleep. I've been up all night for the last 3 days.
Yeah, he's a social better. Doctors, police officers, you have to have these people.
All right, so you're telling me then if a guy worked in a machine shop on an overnight shift?
Yes, machinists. We need machinists.
You lie. Why you lie? Why you lying?
Machines built this country.
You lying is what you're doing.
I came to work today in a machine.
Okay, so then, let's say the guy is doing part-time work overnight at a 7-Eleven.
Are you working like my sister?
You keeping it down?
Pushing porn mags and cigarettes and prophylactics. What you doing there? Counter boy?
You're a weird man. Kimmy, we're killing Tommy. Would you keep it down up until 6 o'clock if your neighbor asked you the same thing?
Yeah.
She quiet
not
anyway.
because I want to, but because I just would rather keep the peace.
Okay.
You know
So you'd be upset, but you'd do it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
you're not. She's not loud. I'm not loud. Your ass loud.
I'm sorry?
You loud.
Not loud.
You loud and you fast talk.
Could you please slow down your talking?
Your mouth is the equivalent of a West Side dirt track race car. You'd be that guy.
You've got the loud house in the neighborhood.
No, I have had issues with people in my neighborhood over my dogs because there's one guy that has early hours, and my Basset Hound is at the age now where he just wants to bark at everything. And it's like the deepest, most
And you also say, and you do this, not me.
What?
That your extended family is loud.
No, I've never said that.
My sister. Yeah.
How did you say that about my sister? She just had a baby.
My brother came over the house. Like all you do is make noises when you talk about how your family sounds.
My sister is in the hospital.
My father came over.
Well, that one's true.
So it's all damn day around that house.
My sister Megan is in the hospital with a brand new baby right now, and you're making.
Look at what you did.
Look what you did.
Oh, she just gave birth?
Yeah, she did.
What would that sound?
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah. Oh my God, we got a little baby. Yeah.
Oh, the baby's obnoxious. You got an obnoxious little baby?
Is
that what it is? What were you going to say?
What was I going to say? Switching gears. One thing's for sure. If you do make that request of a neighbor, you better make sure that you're not inconveniencing anybody with your noise.
Yeah,
because you just put yourself on a spotlight.
Yeah.
No, you're right. I mean, you guys are conscious of that. Well, I leave the house way earlier than you, right? You leave 5 minutes before the show starts. But, I walk out of the house at 3 a.m. I am super conscious of not making a noise.
Do you try to close
what noise
your door?
would you make?
Lightly.
Yes, I do that.
Yeah.
For example, sometimes I'll forget that I had my radio turned way up.
Oh, yeah.
When I parked the car the day before, right? And I'll get in and all of a sudden, I know that people are hearing it right next door. I feel like a massive dick.
So the worst thing you could have on the old show, the couple of guys rode motorcycles to work in the summertime.
Yeah.
Those Harleys are pretty loud. So they would have to get their Harleys out, right? And the Harleys are pretty heavy. They're about 800 pounds.
Okay.
Roll it down the driveway.
Oh.
Push it down the street till you got out to the main road and then fire it up.
Damn. That was very polite of them.
But it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
When you just woke up in the morning, you're pushing 800 pounds up the street.
That sucks. It doesn't suck as much as having a neighbor you're now fighting with.
Right, true.
Yeah.
Leanne writes us on Instagram, again, we're talking about the story out in Chile about a guy who got slashed after police say a man wanted him to stop working on his race car during the day because he worked overnights. It doesn't sound like they made an arrest yet. Leanne writes, we have so many medical people in this town that work off shifts. I was working rotating shifts. You cannot expect the world around you to know your schedule or cater to your schedule. We will have a newborn soon. Our neighbor says we will try to keep our dog from barking so much. Told him not to worry. Their dog is 12 years old. You cannot change that habit now. The world can't stop for you. It looks like, so Leanne, she's making a big stink about this.
Yeah.
But she's also going to have a baby. What do you think Leanne's baby?
Oh, look at the little.
Look, whether or not you should or shouldn't, the biggest reason past neighborly courtesy to do what your neighbor asks when they say, hey, can you please keep it down? I've got a weird schedule. Human beings are at their most unpredictable when they're sleep deprived. And this story proves it.
Yeah.
Right? Like maybe this guy who police say slash the other dude is a psycho 24/7. Maybe it was lack of sleep that created and escalated this situation. But if you've ever had a job that messes with your sleep and you've gone days without the right amount of it.
It affects everything.
And you become insane.
Yeah, from your appetite to your dumps. Everything's off. It is.
My biggest fear personally, not doing the courteous thing, would be an angry, sleep-deprived person now coming to take it out on
That
me.
would be bad.
So that for that reason alone, just do what they ask.
Yeah, be kind.
You're being held sleep hostage. All right, let's take a break.
Yeah. What's going on?
Well, I mean, Red Wings are home all weekend long.
Yeah.
They had a big night last night.
Ooh, I heard.
They got big nights coming up. And there's only one man that can break it down for us. Okay. Again, we always say that the Innovative Field is the best restaurant in town.
Yeah.
Maybe they should have a night where they just open it up, serve food and drinks, right?
Oh, my God.
Who
With
got
no
that
baseball.
idea? Yeah. What I'm holding in my hand here that was brought in for us is one of my favorite, you can't get it here foods.
Yes.
But now you got it at the ballpark.
Oh, yeah.
Next, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Beautiful weekend for some baseball, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
And believe it or not, this summer is going so fast.
Too fast.
That we are almost done with homestands.
Oh, my God.
Got to get there while you can. Hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF joining us here. Our good buddy from the Rochester Red Wings, your general manager, Mr. Dan Mason. Mace, how's it going, buddy?
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
So you guys had a very successful office night last night?
We did. David Keckner, who plays Todd Packer, was at the office night last night.
All right. Tommy and I were talking about this before we get into what's happening this weekend. Kimmy, that show is 20 years old.
I know, isn't that nuts?
And you guys still sell, 10,000 tickets every time somebody from the office shows up?
People love that show. It's a cult classic. And you know what's great is it's people of all ages. But young kids watch it. Old people like me watch it. And everybody in between.
Yeah. No, here's how old Mace is. Tommy was telling Mace about a baseball documentary that he watched, and Mace goes, what channel? Like it wasn't obviously a streaming service.
You never know.
Why
This is what they do to me all day.
Oh, no, my butt hurts. Oh, my old butt. Oh, no.
Yeah, because y'all kicking it.
Yeah, you ever heard of HBO? That's still called a channel.
No, it's called Max, actually. You walk right into that one, Mace.
Okay.
Okay. Before we get into this weekend, Mace has once again brought in some fantastic, innovative field food. I am eating
jambalaya.
So there's shrimp in this thing.
It's delicious. Yeah, got the sausage, got the chicken. It's got a nice kick to it.
It's like the perfect amount of kick. Sorry, I got shrimp in my mouth.
No, keep eating, Weez.
Okay, shut up. Let's try to do a good radio, Weez.
You're not allergic to shrimp, are you?
We'll find out.
Okay.
Oh,
No, but
shrimp.
What the hell, man?
No.
That's a weird chant to start.
Come on, shrimp.
Shellfish.
I've often said that the one food hole we might have in the greater Rochester area is like Cajun Louisiana kind of food. This is amazing. This is phenomenal.
Yeah, really good.
Jambalaya.
Believe it.
So
got
good.
a nice kick to it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Is that what the one thing the chef told you to keep saying over and over again? It's
Yeah.
got a nice kick to it.
It does. It does have a nice kick to it.
Where can I get the jambalaya?
You can get it at Black Angus. It'll be a food special this weekend. So
All right, so what do we got going on tonight, Mace?
we've got fireworks tonight.
Hey, look at that.
And a cup giveaway.
Ooh, I got a
Game time.
Whose cup?
A souvenir cup.
Well, it'd be a souvenir.
And then Saturday night, Grateful Dead night. So we got peanut butter and jelly sandwiches as our food special. We'll have a tie-dye station.
Wait, time out. You're going to be tie-dyeing shirts in the ballpark?
Yeah.
Okay.
What kind of people go to this?
My husband and I will be there.
There you go. Thank you, Kimmy.
Wait, so do I bring my own shirt to tie-dye or do I buy wing shirts to tie-dye?
It's you can get a Dead Wings shirt. It's a Steal Your Face logo with the City of Rochester logo inside the Steely.
I know.
And then
I know somebody's going to want one of those.
Oh, yeah. And then you tie-dye it yourself, whatever colors you want.
Wait, there?
Yeah, at the ballpark.
That's going to be a mess.
Yes.
You are starting to scare me.
No, that's a
bit.
mess. I thought you'd take it home and tie-dye it.
What, they're going to give you a tie-dye kit?
Like to take home and do it. That place is going to be you got to have to power wash the joint.
Well, bro, Deadhead night period, you got to power wash the joint when it's over. Now, here's the thing. I know it sounds weird to hear Johnny Corporate Dan Mason with his tucked-in shirt and slick-back hair talking about, with all these terms, inside terms about the Grateful Dead. You wouldn't think, well, what? Maybe he did his research really well. What you may not know is that Dan Mason, the general manager of the Rochester Red Wings, is the lamest deadhead that has ever existed. And I say that because I say that with all the love.
Well, you look very straight.
Yeah. I mean, bro, you're a square. With all due respect.
Well, thank you.
You wear a tuxedo to opening day. You're a fantastic general manager of the Rochester Red Wings. You always got to smile for people. You talk
corporate.
like this. Yeah, you're a corporate guy. That's okay.
You're
It's
buttoned
okay.
up.
But you also love the Dead.
Yeah.
Do you
listen to them every day?
Wait, Daily Dead?
Every day.
So since you were a kid?
Since I was probably in college, yeah.
Well, your priest is going to be so upset.
Seriously, McQuaid and Notre Dame, and you're listening to the Dead?
You listen to those hippies?
In South Bend, Indiana?
Sure.
You know that could have got you locked up.
Oh,
Great
yeah.
tunes.
It may be worse.
Mace, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Because, having Dead Night is awesome, right? Because there's a ton of Deadheads, especially in Rochester, with the history of the band coming through Silver Stadium back in the day. Do other minor league baseball teams have Dead Night, or do we only do it because you love the Dead?
This promotion, I will say, full disclosure, not my idea.
Get the hell, you lie. Why you lie?
I'm not lying.
So Joe Altobelli came up with it.
Yes.
What do you think that would have sounded like?
Drug it comfortably in comfortable shoes.
So Grateful Dead Night has become quite a phenomenon throughout baseball. Not only other minor league teams, not as many minor league teams, but a ton of major league teams do Grateful Dead Night.
And do they bring in versions, because there's still a ton of old dead musicians touring with different bands? Do they bring those bands in?
They'll have bands that are in that area that are Grateful Dead bands. Like
so do you have music going on, like Grateful Dead music going on during the game?
Sure, yeah.
That's got to be weird.
Not while the game is going on.
It sucks for the umpires because they have to wait 7 minutes in between innings to let the song finish.
Tough to finish the song between minute and a half breaks. But so we'll have live music tonight by Eric Carlin's Half Dead, or Saturday night, sorry. Mm-hmm. Saturday night before the game. And then, interspersed through the game, we'll have various Dead tunes. Like Fred Costello plays Shakedown all the time. He does. Plays Shakedown all the time during the games.
How old is Fred Costello?
He's in his 80s.
Now, for those who don't know, and I mean, the guy's a legend here in Rochester.
Oh, yeah, but he's been around.
And not only has he played the organ for the Red Wings for, 40, 50 years?
This is 49 years.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
But Fred Costello has also been in the music industry his entire life.
Yeah, he's a West Coast guy.
Exactly. He was out in Los Angeles. He's moved down to New York City, right? He met his wife when he was out in L.A. Like, the guy has old school music chops, right? Like, playing, Sinatra years kind of big band stuff.
So he has to hate this.
I was going to say.
He loves it.
Bro,
well, of course he says that. He wants to get paid.
His son is Thurm is a deadhead.
But those old jazz guys hated this. They hated rock and roll. They hated country. They only liked their music.
No, Fred's hip, man.
He is hip.
The fact that you said it like that lets me know you're
I'm
not
telling
hip, man.
He's got the HBO channel.
That's right. Believe it.
You're going to watch it on home box office tonight? All right, so the tie-dye station tonight. What else we got going on for Dead Night?
Then we got fireworks after the ball game.
Fantastic.
With,
that doesn't mix.
Set to music of the Grateful Dead. The musical stylings of the Grateful Dead.
Half the Deadheads are seeing fireworks without them even going
off.
off.
True, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. First time you ever heard a joke like that about Deadheads?
And then it's going to be a great night. Saturday, 6:45, and then Sunday, Dino Day. So if you like dinosaurs, or if you have somebody in your house that loves dinosaurs, Sunday's your day.
Well, who you got out
Game
there?
Time 105. We got
Don Elhart.
We got
wow, too far.
It's basically like we'll have a dinosaur museum set up.
Okay.
We'll have
I heard they both got inducted.
All kinds of inflatable dinosaurs, live action dinosaurs.
All right.
You may even see a baby dinosaur born on the dugout at some point during the game on Sunday.
Yeah, it's called
is that legal?
It's called the Dino Giner Experience. Which is also one of the Dead cover bands playing on Saturday.
Game Time 105 on Sunday for Dino Day.
The voice you're hearing, General Manager of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason. My old man, he works security over there.
Right.
He was very disappointed about Sunday.
Why?
Well, he misheard the initial name of the night.
What was that?
He thought it was Diner Day.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did he show up with a bib?
And where's my 9 pies? 9 pies.
Fourth to last weekend of Red Wings baseball. Get them while they're hot.
And by the way, not only do you have Dead Night on Saturday, for the folks that are into that music, you also have a show coming up at Innovative Field.
Yes, we do. August 21st, the Dark Star Orchestra returns to Innovative Field. This will be I think it's their 8th time here in the Flower City. So they'll be playing at the ballpark on August 21st, Wednesday, August 21st. And then don't forget, the Pat Duffy, Tommy Millet, Kimmy Coffee, Bud Light Ballpark Happy Hour.
No, you're dead to us.
September 13th.
Oh, wow.
Featuring ZBTV and the Sky Coasters. Get your tickets now at redwingsbaseball.com.
Hey, so can I ask you, because I know you do a lot of on-field stuff, do you introduce these bands? Like when Dark Star comes up, do you talk to the audience?
Oh,
do you,
yeah, wait, you never
up?
heard him do it before? Hey, guys, who's ready to rock and roll? Who's ready to get hip to it? Hi, you may know me from the... Just throwing jambalaya at people. It's very exciting.
Well, you bring out the jambalaya cannon?
Hey, guys, watch out, coach and shrimp. Ladies and gentlemen, the hippest man I know, Fred Costello. No, I'm sorry. I cut you off.
No, I don't introduce him.
Okay. Well, but when Dark Star comes through, because you love the Dead. You love the Dead. Do they give you, do they all get together and say, Mace, have the night off, enjoy the show, or are you working?
No, I'm working.
Okay, that sucks.
No, it's all right. Hey, trust me. I have to work a lot of events that I don't enjoy as much as that one. I really enjoy working that. I really enjoy that.
Okay.
event,
All right.
right? So if I'm going to be there, I may as well listen to some things that I like.
So if you go to Dark Star Orchestra, look for Dan Mason with his tie-dyed shirt tucked into his khaki pants. Did I get that right?
No, I have a golf shirt that I wear.
Oh my God, Mace!
It's a Dead Wings Steely.
All right. Tucked in.
It's awesome.
You tuck it in.
Do I tuck it in?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I tuck it in. I wear a belt, little dancing bear belt.
Oh my God! Come on, Mace.
What?
Cut yourself free, man.
What do you mean?
Get loose, man.
I don't wear golf shirts untucked. Sorry.
You're not allowed to in Major League Baseball.
That's one of my favorite Dead songs. Don't wear your golf shirt untucked.
Tuck in the shirt. Tuck in with Fred Costello, man. My navel hurts. I got hit with a shrimp. Who's doing that shrimp? Oh, my God. Fred Costello's been hit by a shrimp, and here comes Whitey Ford to talk to the people to calm them down.
It's a dark day for baseball, Tom. All right. So this weekend, tonight,
Fireworks and a cup giveaway.
We don't know whose cup yet.
Saturday night. Grateful Dead night.
Ooh,
Fireworks. Tie-dye station. You can actually buy a T-shirt and tie-dye it right at the ballpark.
Damn.
Also, drink special.
Oh, what do we got?
Cherry Garcia. Sprite, a little grenadine, and a little vodka.
Okay.
Ooh.
Available at the Jack Daniel's 10th inning bar. The end of the third base
That's
conference.
a nice summer drink, though.
It is very refreshing.
Okay.
Little Cherry Garcia.
And fireworks.
And fireworks. And live music prior to the game. Featuring
Fantastic.
Eric Carlin's Half Dead. And then Sunday, Dino Day, 105. You won't want to miss it if you like dinosaurs.
Go watch a dinosaur get birthed at Innovative Field.
Yeah. And kids can run the bases. Kids can run the bases.
Yeah. No men with tucked-in polo shirts with dead logo. I'm still
Absolutely
cool, guys.
not.
Yeah, I'm still
So
cool.
let me ask you this: the dino birth. What?
It hatches.
It
It's an
hatches.
egg.
So
like
you got a
an
big
egg.
ass egg.
Yeah, big old egg.
So does the egg come out of the woman, or is it already there? The woman
It's in a
dinosaur.
nest. It's
All
an
right.
egg in a dino
It's already
nest.
been laid.
I don't think they made nests.
And then
What they making
Yeah, they
nests out
did.
of like cavemen?
Dinosaur made a net. Dinosaurs
Okay,
made
now
nests.
you're sounding
I
dumb.
know.
argument. Dinosaurs are making a nest.
I don't think they made nests.
Yes,
They were like
they did.
birds, man.
Well, they weren't.
Yes,
they
they
were
did. Where do you
dinosaurs.
think they kept the eggs? Just on the ground?
I just think they sat there on the ground. Who was going to touch them?
Other
They're
dinosaurs?
dinosaurs.
Idiot. Or my dad trying to make the world's biggest omelet on Sunday. Mace, always a pleasure, buddy.
all right, thank
you
you guys.
If I want to get my tickets for any of the stuff we just talked
Yeah.
about,
Go to redwingsbaseball.com or give us a buzz at 423-WING.
all right, we'll see you guys out there at the ballpark this weekend. Tommy?
Yeah.
On one hand, this will give you a break if you are a parent from your kids that are driving you nuts from these summer vacations.
Well, this is great.
Yeah. On the other hand, it's out of control. And the money, Tommy.
How much?
We'll get into it
Too
next.
much?
Oh, it's always too much. Can't even afford to watch a dinosaur give birth. We'll get into it next year in the break room. Let's see you, man. Sorry.
You all right?
Jambalaya.
Getting the jambalaya burps?
No, you put it the exact way it should be put.
What's that?
That jambalaya was delicious, right? But
It stays with you all day.
all day, a little jambalaya friend in your tummy.
Yep.
The good news.
What's the good news?
There is something for every kid this summer to immerse themselves in and feel like they're
Oh,
part
yeah.
of something. The bad news,
What's the bed?
it all costs.
Yeah, bend over.
And that's a potential issue here. Yes, you can expand your kid's mind or get them more active in ways we've never had before. But the cynical people could see this and think, this is just a way to separate me from more of my money.
Kind of is, though. I mean, there's so many camps now
Well,
that
that's
they didn't have when I was a kid.
Oh, you don't even know.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to hear a little creepiness.
That's right. Creep Cap coming at you. And how'd you like to drive the Ford Snitchmobile?
What's the Snitchmobile?
I'll explain everything just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you went to summer camp as a kid.
Yes, but it was the old school camp.
I mean, so when you were a kid, all camps were pretty standard,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, canoes by a lake.
Okay. And it was just a matter of what location you wanted to go to. It wasn't like a specialized place you could go, right? Well, it's not that way anymore. Gone for the most part is the canoeing and the archery and the bunk beds. Here now are super specialized sports and educational day camps for every kind of kid possible. And when I say every kid, I mean every kid. For example,
Whatever their interest. Yeah.
Kimmy, this past week at St. John Fisher, they held pharmacy camp.
Yes. Isn't that nuts?
Man.
And we're not making this up. The Wegman School
I think
of
my brothers did that in the 1960s.
when they were listening to Tuckin'.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they was tucking. So you learn to be a pharmacist?
The Wegman School of Pharmacy gave high school juniors and seniors who were interested in the medical field a
All right.
chance to hang out all day with pharmacists and students, and they learned clinical skills. They got lesson on blood pressure taking,
Oh, and
performing
the
CPR.
laughs you had and the friends you made.
They got training in Narcan.
Are you ready for some pharmacy?
Well, look, I mean, if you're a kid that thinks they want to go down this road,
Right.
Right.
it's a really interesting week of learning. It's also unbelievably specific.
Yeah.
And the money's got to be a fortune.
Now, I don't know what it cost. And maybe this was one of those things where if a kid was chosen to do it, they got to go for free.
All right, so you know I walk around Nazareth every day.
Nazareth, yeah.
Nazareth.
Nazareth.
So they have 3 different camps going on at once there. And they're all, like, one's sponsored by Nike. And it's their football camp. But then they got a science camp. They got a tennis camp.
Okay.
Like, there's like a million camps, and they're all specialized, to your point.
I don't mean to take your line out of your mouth, but I think that now summer camps are out of control.
Yes, they are. And there's, like, Nike, it's a sponsored camp, so you're also paying for that Nike logo on that camp. You know you are.
No, Nike pays to be a part of the camp.
Bro, but they're going to whack you right here.
My worry would be, let's say my kid really, really likes a
Black camp.
specific. I'm talking about children.
Oh, way to go, Dick.
How did that feel?
Not that bad, really.
All right.
It's even worse.
Let's say my kid really loves like a specific subject that they think they're interested in, and this is something at 14, 15 they want to pursue. I guess my fear would be: am I limiting them by only sending them down one road and spending all their time in that one thing?
Well, that depends on if that's the only camp they're going to. Because
Which
again,
it may be.
Well, but no, I mean things are so specific, Kimmy. Like you're right. If your kid has multiple interests, to give you an example of just how specific camps have gotten in the greater Rochester area this summer. You ready for this? There has been thus far coding camp for kids 8 to 18. You learn code on the computer, create games from the ground up using Python, JavaScript, HTML, and more. So you go to camp for that.
Right.
There's French camp for kids 8 to 10 years old. You learn beginner's French while kids are introduced to French customs, traditions, music, literature, and food.
Wine tastings.
Music conductors camp.
Music conductors.
What dick kid is going to be a maestro?
Why you gotta hurt?
We talking like maestro,
Yeah,
dude?
you go to the Hochstein School of Music to learn to become a conductor of an orchestra. And
That's what I want to do in 90 degree, wear tux and tails and stand up in front of musicians.
It's for kids grades 9 through 12, conductors
Oh,
camp.
my God.
There's also ninja camp.
So what are you learning there?
Karate?
No, kids ages 6 to 12, they learn the fundamentals of ninja obstacle course racing, like what you see on American Ninja Warrior.
yeah,
Well, you got to be in shape to do that, man.
Thanks, man.
Well, you can't be no fat ninja.
Well, to his point.
Chubbly ninja.
Well, to his
You're gonna
point.
chip a tooth, kid.
Like, I couldn't imagine my parents sending me there. I'd be done after like 10 minutes.
Be exhausted.
Well, can't do that, can't do that, can't do that. Definitely not trying those monkey bars. Like.
But Kimmy, we could go on for hours about all of these specialized camps on top of the baseball, the football, the cheerleading, the regular day camps, the traditional stuff. The bottom line is, think of the weirdest thing your kid could be into, and there is a camp for them to go.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Tommy.
Yeah.
This is good in the sense that there are no longer kids jammed into boxes that they don't belong. Because, like, you remember as a kid, whatever camp your parents signed you up for, there was that kid who just did not want to be there. They got hammered in dodgeball. They couldn't climb the rope. They were an outcast, and that was miserable for them. Now, they can thrive in whatever element realm they enjoy.
Their own kind.
But this is also a bad thing for parents.
What's the bad?
Because all of these camps, what they have in common, they cost a lot. Every camp costs a lot.
So have you looked at any of the pricing?
Yes.
So let's say I want to send my kid. What would it cost me? Because they're only like a week long.
So yeah, maybe some not even a week. Some are just a couple
Maybe
of
a couple days.
But you're looking anywhere between $300 and $1,000 a kid.
And that's a week.
Some less.
Oh my God. You got 2 kids. You're looking at 2G.
Yeah, depending on what. I mean, again, it depends on the camp and if they're if it's sleepaway, you're way over $1,000.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, man. I mean, these places know that they can charge, and maybe it does cost that much to run these camps, right? You have to have experts that understand what's going on here. But yeah, I mean, 252 WCMF. If you are a parent, like you think you get to the summer, the bills stop or the bills slow down. Au contraire, my friend. I learned that at French camp.
Oh, look at you.
I mean, you're spending hundreds of dollars. Like, I don't even want to think about the amount of money I've spent on my daughter's hockey camps that she had to go to this year.
Yeah.
But you're also, I guess, do parents look at that as an investment? Because if this camp does help put them ahead in some way with whatever their hobby is. I mean, I'm assuming if your kid wants to go to pharmacy camp, they're pretty smart kids.
Okay,
so
fine.
does that, help their grades, help them get into a better school? Like, I just wonder if parents see it as sometimes an investment in their kids' hobbies and interests that will benefit them down the road.
All right, pharmacy camp, I guess, is unique because it's such a specific
Or like
thing.
coding camp.
But like coding camp, I mean, that can be for a 10-year-old kid who decides 2 years from now he's not into it anymore. Maestro camp?
Yeah.
Conductor's camp? What are the odds I get a job as a conductor?
What does that pay?
Maybe there's a demand for conductors.
Unless you're gonna
out
move
there.
to Vienna.
And then even things like, hockey, football, soccer, whatever. Like, I mean, these small percentage of kids that even get a dime to go to college to play sports, but...
So I
but what if it
wonder.
helps them play? Like maybe they weren't a kid that would, start a game and this helps put it. You know what I mean? Like it may give your kid a slight advantage and maybe most parents are willing to pay for that.
No, I mean, they're obviously willing because it's happening. It still costs me hundreds of dollars.
But it seems like the camp that my parents sent me to was just a general stay away
They
2-week
just
camp.
wanted you out of the house.
Yes. But I had fun.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, it wasn't like I had to sit down and read a book or do coding or do a specific thing. You did everything all day. To me, that was like a fun summer camp. Like, outside all day just running around like little idiots.
Yeah, but these kids that go to coding camp, that is their fun. Right?
Yeah.
Like, learning how to do this is fun for them.
But they also didn't get to have that kind of fun like a kid
Yeah,
would
but a
have.
traditional camp like that may be one kid's nightmare. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to run around and socialize with little idiot Tommies. I don't want to be made fun of. Like, you know what I mean? I could totally see a kid be like, that is not me. I don't want to do that.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about summer camps and how specific they get. And the story starts off with a pharmacy camp for high school kids that was run at St. John Fisher all this week. Pharmacy camp. Learn to be a pharmacist at 11th grade.
Yeah.
Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
Dude, Ninja Camp sounds epic. I would probably want to go to that. And I know my 4-year-old, she's super into all, like, Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers and all that right now. I actually would want to go with her.
Okay, Ben, let me stop you here. First of all, we stopped saying epic 10 years ago. Second of all, Ben,
I don't care.
I mean, we love you. You know we love you. But we've met you,
Well, I know.
right? What obstacle at Ninja Camp would you be able to do?
You'd be surprised.
I would.
Shocked.
Very surprised.
You would.
Blown away.
You would.
Baby.
I'm surprisingly nimble for a big dude. Yes, I said nimble.
That sounds epic. You think you could do the monkey bars,
Bro.
Ben?
Oh, hell yeah.
When's the last time you did the monkey bars?
Probably like 3 weeks ago with my
he's
kids.
probably on playgrounds a lot.
Okay.
No, but he's also a big boy.
That's what we were getting at.
And he's a thick boy.
Yeah, he's big old thick boy.
Yeah.
Thick Ben is what they call him out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man,
that's what you
I
get when you
would love
tickle
to
them.
go do that with my kids.
Okay, all right. Hey, are your kids doing any summer camps this summer, Ben?
Not really. I mean, they're still what I want to do next year because they're like a year too young to start getting into all this stuff.
Okay.
Because my daughters, I take them to the races out at Central Speedway in Williamson. They love race cars. So next year we might get my oldest daughter into racing go-karts.
Oh, okay. That sounds inexpensive.
Yes and no. I mean,
No, there's no to it.
I mean, just gas right now, man.
Those things are more expensive than your car.
No, to get into to buy the cart itself is like $1,500.
Oh,
at the minimum.
But you have to pedal
Yeah.
it. You always come in last.
No, it's the whole gas engine, everything.
Yeah, but that's expensive. Give me 3 if they're only $1,500.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money, Ben. All right, Ben, I gotta let you go, buddy. But thanks
I
for
know
the
it's a
call.
lot of money.
Okay, goodbye, Ben.
Think about getting in the go-kart game.
So my question is this. The
Yes,
phone
sir.
number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. When it comes to all of these specialty camps that your kid now fits in like a little peg wherever they want to go,
Yeah.
do parents appreciate this because your kids are away from you for a while and they're being entertained in ways that normal summer vacation wouldn't? Or does stuff like this cause bigger problems in the summertime?
Because you have to readjust, like make sure they're getting there. Somebody's there to pick them up.
That's what nobody thinks about.
Yeah, if they don't have friends
Transportation.
that
Yeah.
are also going, then yeah, you're the only one.
Well, to your point, like Kimmy, remember when we were kids, they had those town camps, right? And your
Yeah.
parents could pay and the town would
Poor
run
kid.
Yeah,
it.
Bro,
Yes.
that's poor kid.
It's
it's your standard camp. I mean,
Poor kid. Busted child.
But like there was always 2 or 3 kids that lived around you that went to the town
yeah,
camp.
you could always find a ride with somebody in your neighborhood.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
how many kids in your neighborhood are going to Maestro camp?
Yeah,
That probably has its own shuttle.
you get picked up in a limo.
Because like here's the thing, man. Like I don't want my kids sitting around all summer
No.
on their phone doing nothing.
Getting soft.
Right? But at the same time, I'm not even getting a break when my kids go to camp because I have to find a way to get them there and get them home. You know what I mean? Like it adds, when your parents sent you off to camp, Tommy,
2 weeks.
they were out, they had nothing to, my mother, when I was a kid, when she sent me off to day camp with the town, it gave her the entire day to do whatever she wanted. Now, it actually makes my life harder to figure out how I'm going to get my kid to and from there.
So it's just more stress.
I guess.
And expense.
Yes, all of those things. But you do feel like a bad parent if your kid shows an interest and you don't sign them up. The key is keeping your kid from knowing these camps exist.
So do they to make the old school camp that I went to where you ship them out for 2 weeks?
Yeah.
I think those still exist. They're just not. They're not as many, maybe.
Or they all got busted?
Well, that's just it. 2 things. Parents are more hesitant
Yeah.
for valid reasons. And 2, I mean, Tommy,
Yeah.
you can't afford it.
Right.
Yeah.
You can't afford it. Like, Kimmy, could you look up, like, sleepaway camp? Give me, like, a week-long stay, what it would cost a kid. I mean, it's in the thousands of dollars.
Oh, it'd have to be.
And, like, that money could be better spent on, like, a family vacation.
I know, but I'm telling you, man, it was so much fun.
I understand. Bless you. But, like, who's got that kind of money anymore?
Yeah,
Like,
my dad.
if I see a kid, like, has gone to, like, a sleepaway cabin camp that isn't some kind of religious thing or the Boy Scouts didn't help
Right.
them pay for it, that person has more money than God in my head.
All right. Because I told you, I had a buddy. His parents were rich. And he went to golf camp, stay away golf camp for a week, and then he went right to tennis camp, 2 different places in the summer.
Okay. That's the douchiest kid I've ever
Oh,
heard in my
yeah.
life.
He was my buddy.
Yeah, no, that makes sense because you were the second douchiest kid. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF. Or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Dan. Dan says, I had to pay for my one kid to go to cooking camp this summer.
Oh, chef camp.
I had to pay for my other kid to go to chess camp this summer, and he
Oh.
didn't even like chess. He just wanted to learn how to play chess. And the second day, he said he hated chess, but I made him go back to chess camp. I mean, chess camp would have to be cheap, right?
I don't know.
When
I
you
mean,
do-
because somebody's got to give you the instructions. I mean, you're going to have to have
Somebody's gonna
somebody.
here you go.
You're going to have some Russian guy come in here and teach it to you.
What would that sound like?
In my country, you lose chess, we never see you again. You think this chess camp is scary? We used to have chess camp in the middle of Siberia during the war. And in the afternoons, we made many bombs. Some bombs would go off.
What are you talking about? Are you waiting for me to stop you, or are you going somewhere with this?
One time the bomb went off, and for some reason a shrimp hit Fred Costello in the eye in Rochester, New York. That was Big Bum.
Kimmy, can you save the show? Do we have a number of
I
sleepaway
could.
camp?
Okay, so I was looking at Camp Stella Maris because that was a big one when we were
Oh,
kids.
yeah.
Okay.
That's a religious
Yeah,
camp.
it's a religious camp.
That's
though, isn't
Catholic
Is
camp.
it?
Yeah.
Okay, but I just know that was one of the closer stay away camps.
Okay.
And somebody called. I couldn't find it on the website. You have to register, I think, to find it. But somebody called and said that it's about $1,000 to send your kid to that one for a week.
A grand a week.
Damn.
A week. So there you go.
All right.
There's that. And
Go to a Russian chess camp.
All right, let's tell everybody on hold. I'm sorry, we got to move on. We were rambling for too long. It's Friday. You know what that means?
A little creepy.
Yep, that's right. Creep kept coming at you. And how'd you like to be the first in line to drive the Ford Snitchmobile?
That's what it's called?
No, but it's a car that's going to tell on everyone that is driving around you, at least if the patent they get succeeds.
All right.
I'll explain everything next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Technology has made our lives unbelievably easier.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
It's also made it unbelievably easier to get caught doing bad things because of technology. And this story is proof of it. Because Ford, it sounds like, is developing new technology in cars for the future.
Okay.
And the patent they want will offer you a brand new Snitchmobile.
So how does this work?
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that story in just a second, but it is Friday.
Oh, yeah.
You are one disgusting son of a bitch.
Thank you.
We take all the creepy things Tommy says all week long. We run it back for you. We call it the Creep Cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. I look at this swinging probably like you walk in. It's like a cheese board. There's different colored cheeses. Okay. There's different like consistencies, and some are hard and some are soft. But here's what it has in common: the entire board stinks. And you might like some of that cheese. You might like that, maybe a little cheese over here. Okay. Maybe you like the little topping on your cheese. You like a warm cheese or a cold cheese? But it's still cheese, baby.
So you
I
don't
think men are just scummy sex hoes. Grandpa lost his wits. Grandpa lost his wits.
Looking at a big old pear.
Be careful, son. That rascal spits.
Yours is better, too. I'm sorry.
Country spit. It knows where it hit. Well, there's crack going on. And you perving on that crank. I can remember him coming out that field with no breeches on, and I got one look at that wanger, and I knew I was hooked. I said, "That's penis is the bee's knees, and we've been together for 4,500 years." My mom's coochie flapping in the wind. The answer, my friend. He's got balls, she's got a vagina. Damn thing blew up over North Carolina. Found her nips in the old Mississippi.
What?
You really chew on soft stuff?
I do, yeah.
Why didn't you give me a call, bro?
What do you got going
I got
on?
into the booty game a couple of weeks ago.
No kidding.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a little business.
Where's that?
I set up a little kiosk in a men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Pirate Tommy's Booty Munch. Put all the soft booty in your mouth. Take care, that was the teeth sauce. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the Creep Cap on CMF. The Ford Motor Company is trying to patent technology to put in their cars that will snitch speeding cars to cops.
Oh, so it alerts the cops of what you're doing?
Oh, no. It doesn't alert what you're doing. The system has been developed to tattle on other speeding vehicles around you. So according to reports, the system would be able to send a report with speed data and pictures directly to the police and officers running roadside radar in the moment. It would also send GPS info so they could find that car that sped past you if the police want it.
And all this information is coming out of your car.
Oh, it's all from your car. You're not controlling it in any way. As soon as you turn the...
So it's alerting the police.
Exactly.
So you don't have to do anything other than drive it.
So according to reports, yes, you would not be able to turn this off. It would be all around you. And right now, they're just trying to get the patent, so it doesn't exist in any vehicles. And Ford has been mum as to how they would implement this, why they would implement this, where they would implement it.
So it's not an option. It would just be in the car?
Again, it's all very basic. There's no guarantee that the technology even works. They're just trying to file a patent. Like, we live in Rochester.
Right. It's an idea right
exactly.
now.
Yeah, like Kodak had a bunch of patents they filed that they never actually did anything with, right? But even if they were able to do this and put it into cars, I'm sure, Tommy, there would be a massive legal debate about what these things are. With that being said, would you be excited to drive a 2029 Ford Snitchmobile?
No, because you're literally a narc car.
Narc car.
Yeah.
But you've always wanted to be a cop.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this, I don't like it.
And you probably get pissed when people speed past you.
Oh, I do.
Yeah.
Takes care of that problem eventually.
It's like it was almost designed for you. I mean,
where are you going in a hurry? Where you gotta be?
I mean, to Kimmy's point, there are people listening that would pay extra for this type of technology. Well, yeah.
The snitcher?
I mean, it would be...
It's one of those things where somebody's being a dick, you get over so they could pass you, and then you hope down the line, they're going to get caught. If you see a cop up ahead, you know what I mean? There's like the satisfaction of, I got one over on them. This is kind of the same thing.
Think about driving on the thruway, right? You're going at a nice clip. You're in the left lane. All of a sudden, someone speeds up behind you and they're right on your ass, right?
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, now your car is about to tell the police what this son of a bitch is doing.
All right. So you gotta be like a little deputy out there.
And in theory, if this worked the right way, it would be instant karma for someone you think is an a-hole.
Like that.
Not to mention, I mean, if we're going to talk from a societal standpoint, it would make driving much safer if everyone thought that cars around them were tattling on them. It would force you to
Stop
slow
speeding.
down, right? And yeah, that would save lives. The only problem is, if you had access to it, everyone else would have access to it. Which means the idea that the car wouldn't snitch on you is wrong because someone else's car would be bringing you down.
Well, isn't that? I'm wondering too if I drive this snitcher. Is my car narking on me to the cops since it's already in the system?
According to reports, no.
Fast.
No, according
It's
to the
just
reports,
cars
yes.
around you.
The way the technology exists, it would only be cars around
That
you.
doesn't really seem fair, but okay.
Because you think like it would just have that
If
too.
we're both
it's,
speeding.
Yeah, because it's right in the car.
Well, no, but I mean, it wouldn't be able to take a picture of your car doing it. You know what I mean? Like, that seems to be the key to catching people speeding when it comes to the red light cameras, the construction cameras that we talked about. As long as they have photographic evidence that you're doing something wrong, which, according to the report, this car would have the technology, they can pop you for it.
So I know this only goes for the throughway, but now that we don't pay the toll, you just drive underneath those things.
Yeah.
And it just figures out what's going on.
Yeah.
I figured they must know how fast I'm going too.
Well,
like I wonder eventually that's going to be something like that'll narc on you.
Okay, but see, that's the thing, man. Like we've been hearing that rumor for years. Like we, driving for a living. If you had the Easy Pass, a bunch of states take it.
Yeah.
There were comics who swore to God that I got a ticket because I went too fast between, the Batavia exit and the Albany exit, and they pulled me over and like, we got that data. But nobody ever actually has proof of that happening.
Right. But I could see the future of that being so.
But here's the problem.
Yeah.
If you do that, you're also discouraging people from taking the throughway. And if people stop taking the throughway, it can't pay for itself.
All right, there you go.
I mean, you're dancing a delicate dance here, right? Like, it's one thing to think you can beat the cops who are running radar on the side because you're smarter than they are. It's another thing to guarantee yourself a ticket doing 7 over on the 90.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm taking 5 and 20 all the way to Seattle.
Well, okay, we don't do that because now we're going to get those guys calling. I save $1.30 on toll. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, the Ford Motor Company is patenting technology that would put a snitch in your car to speeders. According to reports, it would send a report to officers, law enforcement in some way, with speed data and pictures. It would also send GPS info so they could go and find the person that sped past you if they wanted. I'm trying to figure out what the benefit for Ford would be in doing this.
Yeah, it's a good point because nobody really wants this in their car.
No, unless they were able to sell that data to law enforcement companies
And
or insurance companies.
I also wonder though, they would be collecting so much data on a daily basis. How would you even keep up with all that?
I mean, maybe it would only be used for the most egregious of speeders. I don't know.
Like if something got flagged.
Yeah, but then again, I mean, if we use the construction cameras, right? Like Kimmy, anybody that speeds through there.
This would be just. I mean, think of how many people are on the road at once.
Sure.
And people are probably speeding more often than not. I mean, I just can't imagine you could catch everybody through this. Or I just don't know who would be tasked with doing that.
Well, again, I guess it would be the opportunity for the police department to get a heads up that someone's about to fly. Or maybe we get to a point where they're allowed to cut you a ticket based on data from someone else's
That's what I'm thinking.
car.
They don't even have to catch you. They just see this, they cut you. Yeah, they send a ticket to your house.
Because, I mean, that's the way they do it now with the construction cameras. That's how they did it with the red light cameras. I mean...
what a wonderful world we live in.
It is going to be interesting. Is this one of those stories that 20 years from now we're sitting around and we go, hey, remember when they patented that weird technology? Or if this is something 20 years from now, we're doing exactly 55 because the guy next to you might have this technology.
It seems like we're going down that road.
Okay, but you're always worst case scenario technology guy.
I think we're going to be locked in.
Even though you don't understand AI, you hate AI.
Because they say it's bad.
But you also admitted this morning that when we were talking about surveillance pricing, where they're charging us more based on they know we'll pay more based on other things before, that it doesn't bother you enough to do anything about it. So, what are you here?
I like it if I don't think about it too much.
Okay.
I think that's most people.
Okay.
No?
Well, you would have to think about it all times on the road.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Cody. Hey, Cody, how are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing?
Good, brother. What do you got?
So there's obviously a lot of unanswered questions about this. The first one that pops into my mind is the speed that the car is calculating that you're going relative to the speed of the car or relative to how fast you're actually going?
All right, so Cody, I'm going to stop you right there. Cody, I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. You listen to this show on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. You hear how dumb we are with the most basic of things that we've grown up around. And you had the nerve with your dork-ass voice to call up this show and ask us scientific questions. What is wrong with you, Cody?
Because I like hearing you guys be dumb. Why else would I listen?
Thank you. Cody, of course, I have given you all of the Snitchmobile information that I have, Cody. Everything I have, you have.
Well, and that's why I'm just bringing up the question, you know? I mean, because if it's relative to the car, who's to say you're going 40 and a 55, somebody passes you perfectly legit, and the car snitches on it,
I don't know, Cody. I don't know.
Relatively.
Yeah, he's proving the theory of relativity right now live in the break room. Yes, he is. Cody, would you pay for a Snitchmobile?
Scientific. Oh, absolutely not.
So you're out on this. Well, no, you got that voice where it sounds like you might want people to get busted for speeding. That's what you get for
I love the idea of people getting busted, but with all the issues we've had with the whole privacy laws and all this stuff, with like red light cameras and speeding cameras and stuff being shut down all over, I can't imagine this is going to go well.
All right. Well, Cody, thank you for your hot take, and sorry we disappointed you with our lack of knowledge in a patent that hasn't been filed yet.
Hey, I listen all the time. I'm disappointed every weekend.
Cody, have a good weekend, buddy. Take care. We'll take one more call, 252-WCMF. How'd you like to talk to a Chad?
A Chad?
Chad's on the line.
Chad,
He's on CMF. Hey, Chad.
Hey, what's going on?
Do not sound like a Chad. I did not think a Chad would sound like this. That's a manly Chad.
Actually, it's Tad with a T, believe it or not.
Oh, that's even douchier, but go on, Tad. I'm sorry.
Yeah, whatever. Hey, I just wanted to make a point here that Snitchmobile is probably more or less related to the cop cars.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, they do drive American cars. He's
right. A lot of Interceptors, so
yeah, he's right.
Probably where they're going with that.
Yeah, I mean, like you're going to see the Interceptors. You see Chevy Malibus a lot out on the road that are cop cars as well. He's probably right.
Okay.
I didn't think
every other one around here is a Ford, so that's probably where it's coming from.
Tad, I'm sorry that I made fun of your name because that's actually a brilliant take that I should have thought of immediately.
Not a problem, man. We'll see you.
All right, Tad, you made all the other Tads proud, buddy. Thank you.
What is Tad short for?
Theodore.
Or
Thaddeus?
I don't know.
Either way,
I've
you're
never
a dick. Thaddeus?
Never met a Tad.
Theodore.
I think it's Theodore.
I don't know.
Google it. No, now we got to know before.
I've never met a Thaddeus.
Thaddeus?
Yeah. That sounds like something from like Greek times.
So Thad Brown is a sports reporter for
He's a Thaddeus?
News 8. I don't know if he's a Thaddeus, but what else would it be short for?
I just thought he was straight up Thad.
Straight up pure uncut
Okay,
Colombian Thad?
so it could be Thaddeus, Theodore, or Thomas.
Ooh, I'm a Thaddeus.
No, you idiot. You're a Tad. How
No,
are you
I'm a
so
Thomas.
stupid? No, Tad would be short for Thomas. You would become Tad, and then by algebra become Thaddeus, you idiot. Cody, this is what you get. This is what you get.
Relatively.
It's so dumb. We come back, wrap it up. Kimmy, me, and Thaddeus. Tell you what we're doing Monday next on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio Friday Rapperoo.
For a Friday Break Room CMF, how about you kick off your weekend with your chance at a share of $100,000? Download the Odyssey app for free. Log on, listen to CMF on the app for 1 hour each day. Get your daily entry for a chance at your share of $100,000 in this national contest. Good luck from your friends here in the break room on CMF. We got to go.
Okay.
We will be back here Monday with a whole bunch of fun, smart stuff to talk about.
Cool.
For Kimmy, who's super excited this weekend to go to Red Wings Dead Night with her husband.
Yep. We'll be there. Saturday.
Is he going to want to tie-dye shirt, you think?
I don't know. I don't know if he knows that that's a thing. So we'll see.
I love how you say it like he's 7 and you're trying to hide it from him. Look over here. There's ice cream. Look at the ice cream.
So do you also dress like dead person?
A dead person? No, I don't dress like a dead person.
So you'd be like...
No, probably. I'm going to wear Red Wing stuff to the game.
All right.
Are you a tie-dye person?
I don't think I own anything. I have like a tie-dye sweatshirt. It's like a Bills tie-dye sweatshirt.
We had ribs last night.
Okay, Thaddeus.
I'm a Thaddeus, he said. What an idiot! What an idiot!
Ooh, I'm a Thaddeus. That's how he said it.
For Thaddeus Mueller, my name is Paul Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow, or Monday morning, here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.